Guys. Okay, Beck, we're ready to start. So welcome everyone to this ordinary meeting of the Strathbogie Shire Council, held virtually on Tuesday the 15th of September 2020, commencing at 6 p.m. Until further notice, all meetings conducted by the Strathbogie Shire Council will be held virtually and live streamed on our website at www.strathbogie.vic.gov.au. This ensures that we are meeting the Victorian Government's social distancing requirements to slow the spread of coronavirus COVID-19 and help keep our communities safe. We encourage all community members to watch the meeting online, given that we have had to close the public gallery until further notice, following legal advice around how to comply with COVID-19 social distancing rules. Today, all councillors are working from home, as are our council officers, or they are in a closed office space. This is so we can participate without having to wear a mask. And we understand that wearing a mask may create accessibility concerns for some members of our community, and we hope that by participating in today's meeting remotely, we can overcome this. I want to take the opportunity to outline that voting at today's meeting will be held by a show of hands. All councillors will raise their hands to vote for any motion. For or against cards will be used by councillors to make it really clear to our community how they are voting on motions. You will see a card with the green words for on or for those voting for the motions, and a card with the red word against. Hold these up, oops, sorry. For those voting against the motion. If a councillor has a conflict of interest in a matter, then they will be asked to leave the meeting, and no discussion on the matter will commence until we are sure that they have done so. I will announce when the councillor has rejoined the meeting after the matter has been considered and the vote concluded. If we have technical difficulties during today's meeting, which means that we are unable to broadcast to the public, we will adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes. If there is an issue not resolved after this time, but we maintain a quorum of councillors, under our local law, we will continue the meeting. If we cannot maintain a quorum, I will have to close the meeting and we'll call another council meeting to consider the unfinished business on the agenda. Thank you for joining us today. So moving on in our agenda, if you're following along, the second item in our agenda is to acknowledge our traditional land owners. So I wish to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we are all meeting today, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Item 3 on our agenda tonight is apologies, and we have apologies from Phil Howard, the Director of Community and Planning, and I don't believe that we have any further apologies tonight. So item 4 on our agenda tonight is disclosure of conflicts of interest. Councillors, are there any disclosures of conflicts of interest? Councillor Rayburn.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Item 9.17, which is about the Community Grants Program. I have to move myself out of the meeting because I'm chairperson of the Volunteer Action Group.
Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. Councillors, we are now up to item 5 in our agenda.
Excuse me, Councillor. Madam Chair, I have an interest in. I'm just looking for it. Actually, it's to do with the swimming pool interest of 21, I think, and 22 in the blue paper.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams.
I only have an interest. Do I have to go out or not a conflict?
No, our Executive Manager for Governance is shaking her head at this point. No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. All right, moving on in our agenda, we're now up to item 5 in our agenda, which is the confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. We need to confirm the meeting minutes for the ordinary meeting of council held on Tuesday the 18th of August 2020, the special meetings of council held on Tuesday the 25th of August 2020 and Tuesday the 8th of September 2020, and the planning committee meeting held on Tuesday the 18th of August 2020. I have somebody prepared to move. Thank you, Councillor Rainbourn, and seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favour? Oops. Lovely, thank you. Carried unanimously. All right. Councillors, we're now up to item 6 on the agenda, which is petitions. We have no petitions tonight, so we'll be moving on in our agenda to item 7, which is a report of Mayor and councillors and delegates. Councillors, are there any councillors who wish to speak to a report tonight? No? In that case, I'm happy. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mason, yes? Councillor Mason, you're still on mute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to report on the attack on the honouring our heroes statues and the graffiti attack, and it was lucky that got in early and managed to clean them without any long-lasting damage, but it certainly caused a lot of angst in the community.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mason. Okay, Councillor, any other councillors who wish to make a report tonight? In that case, councillors, I'm just, in my report, I just would like to provide a quick update on a couple of areas. Firstly, I'd like to provide a quick update on the use of our local roads by superloads for the Westgate Tunnel project. I'm sure that most people in our shire would now know the Westgate Tunnel project would like to use our local roads through the townships of Longwood and Loxley to move superloads from Benalla to Melbourne. We're now working with the Victorian Government's Department of Transport and the Westgate Tunnel project to try and develop a memorandum of understanding that Council, through our previous resolution, require to be signed off before we will provide access to our road network. This ensures that our ratepayers are not burdened by the costs associated with significant damage to our road infrastructure. These load limits, have now been put onto the roads, and the signage should be going up this week. These load limits will continue until an MOU has been signed off and community consultation has occurred. We acknowledge that this project is of state significance and Council supports a genuine increase in regional jobs and investment that it is creating in Benalla, where the precast concrete pieces are being manufactured. However, we are extremely disappointed with the timeframes imposed and the lack of engagement that's happened with our community. And I guess more recently, we've been notified that they are holding a meeting with the community this week, and we are pleased to hear that. In terms of the rates, I know that our rates notices have gone out recently, and there's been some community discussions in community notice boards around the rates. As the rates notices go out, I'd also like to take the opportunity to quickly remind our community that property valuations are conducted by the Valuer General and are outside of Council's control. And so despite the fact that we did put a zero rate increase in this year, people could see changes in their rates this year. Council approved a zero rate increase because we wanted to support our community during the hugely challenging time that we're all facing. and people may still see variations due to the changing values of their properties. If people have concerns about their rates notices or are looking for some hardship support during this time, we really do encourage you to phone council and speak to our customer service team. We are here to help. Finally, in relation to COVID-19, we're still working through the Premier's announcements today and to understand that what this actually means for our community. What we do know is that from 11:59 p.m. tomorrow, the 16th of September, we will progress to the third step of the Victorian Government roadmap. In this stage, household bubbles will now be a possibility, and that means that households can choose one other household to be in a bubble. You can visit them in their home and they can visit you in your home with up to a total of 5 visitors. Our hospitality businesses will also be able to serve patrons outdoors with a cap of 50 seated patrons per venue and an updated 2 square metre density limit in place. Indoors, venues can open with a cap of 10 seated customers per space with up to 2 spaces per venue, in line with the existing 4 square metre density rule. In our Shire, if you're a hospitality business, you can expect a phone call or a visit from one of our team in the coming days. We will be working with you to support you in every way that we can. There are many other changes, and I encourage all our residents and community to visit our website and the Department of Health and Human Services website to stay up to date and to stay safe. So now, we now move on from the reports on our agenda to public question time, number 8. And we have received many questions today, so I'm sorry, you're going to have to listen to me for quite a bit longer while I address all of the public questions that have been raised with council to be considered at this meeting. Specifically, we've had several questions from the community around a planning permit issued for a property at Delaney Road in Mitchellstown. Questions have been received by Andrew Nakakis from Mitchellstown, Adam Sangster from Nagambie, Jane Robinson from Mitchellstown, Robert Thomas from Nagambie, Stuart Critchell from Mitchellstown, Mike Walter from Nagambie, Beth Walter from Nagambie, Robert Keane from Nagambie, Catherine Seakin-Boland from Mitchellstown, Richard and Eliza Long from Tabilk, Christina Beresford from Tabilk, and Greta Moon from Nagambie. Because they are on the same topic, we will respond to all questions at the same time, and I will read you through the questions that have been answered. The questions are: why did the responsible authority approve storage of explosives and ammunition equivalent to approximately 1/100th the destructive power of Hiroshima without public notification for comments? If council referred the application to WorkSafe, why are there no WorkSafe conditions on the permit and no requirements that the applicant must comply with WorkSafe requirements? Council describes Aram Town as a storage shed or warehouse. It is multiple buildings, including 8 separate magazines. Why has council misled ratepayers? Council's Aram Town advertisement only said warehouse. It didn't mention explosive fireworks. How does council think this is reasonable notice for such a dangerous facility? How is it possible that Strathbogie Shire Council can approve a large-scale explosives storage facility without any proper consultation with neighbouring ratepayers? Will council adjust land values in the area to reflect the drop in property value that would be expected considering property proximity to an explosive storage shed? And will we get a drop in rates? What is the risk assessment for a bushfire going through the site? Council has described the planning explosive storage facility to be a storage shed, a warehouse, the warehouse. In fact, it seems to be none of these. It is a complex of many buildings over 626 acres, including 8 separate magazines for 150 tonnes. Why has council misled ratepayers by describing this as a storage shed? Council placed an advertisement in the Nagambie Voice for the explosive storage facility which said warehouse. It didn't mention fireworks, explosives or ammunition. How does Council think this is a reasonable notice for such a dangerous facility in our neighbourhood? If the proposed dangerous goods facility in Delaney's Road is approved, will residents be informed each time the company transports dangerous goods in the Shire, and what safety measures will there be in place for the proposed regular transport of dangerous goods through the Shire? Did Council have any thought for or consideration for the interests of local ratepayers in granting a storage facility for explosives next to the Goulburn River? Arran Town is adjacent to Sandy Creek. Did Council contact Goulburn Broken CMA about the planned explosive storage facility, and what was the response? Council has approved a Zone 1 150-tonne explosive facility on Delaney Road and also a Zone 2. What is in Zone 2? It is true Council approved a 150-tonne explosive storage facility in Nagambie without a Council meeting, and if so, under what power? Why did Council planning change the route for the explosive storage from northbound to southbound, and why didn't they tell those on the southbound route? Why did the responsible authority approve storage of explosives and ammunition without public notification for comment? If Council judged public advertising necessary, why did the community voice notice only refer to a warehouse and not fireworks? And why no re-advertising when explosives were added? As storage of 100+ tonnes of explosives and ammunition versus some fireworks is a major change of use, why wasn't a new town planning application required? Are the elected representatives satisfied that the risks of the Arran Town development have been addressed and are acceptable, and if not, what remedy is proposed? So the response in relation to the questions that have been asked is that firstly, I would like to thank everyone who has sent in questions today. This is a very, very important topic. We understand that this planning permit is causing concern for our community, and we hope tonight's information will in some way allay these worries. I would like to first address the concerns raised about the bushfire and safety. The products stored at the facility are regulated under the Dangerous Goods Act 1985, with WorkSafe as the regulating authority. This means the property owner not only needs a planning permit, but they must be licensed to handle, transport and store goods on this site. There are significant requirements that must be met in accordance with the relevant Australian standards, AS 2187.1, to allow this type of storage to be undertaken. The owner of the property must follow all of the following regulations on top of the planning requirements, and these are the Dangerous Goods Explosives Regulations from 2011, the Dangerous Goods Storage and Handling Regulations from 2012, the Dangerous Goods Transport by Road or Rail Regulations from 2018. The transport of goods to and from the site will be managed in accordance with the requirements of the Dangerous Goods Transport by Road or Rail Regulations 2018. And the permit holder must be appropriately licensed to do so. This is managed by WorkSafe Victoria and ensures that high safety standards are applied to any dangerous goods being moved throughout the state. The route identified in the amended permit was to minimise the vehicles going past properties in Wattlevale Road. The permit condition about the route for transport was considered by our engineering department, taking into consideration the number of traffic movements, the standards of the roads, and assessing these against current conditions. The actual amount of dangerous goods that will be allowed to be stored on site is also subject to the licensing requirements of WorkSafe. We do understand and acknowledge the concerns about safety, and we know this is heightened by the recent tragedy in Lebanon. However, the owner of this property must comply with the Australian standards that detail how the magazines must be constructed. For example, the magazines on site are constructed out of concrete walls with no windows, tamper-proof sealed doors, and security systems in place. There are no combustible materials near the magazines, and the magazines have been built to withstand more than 5 hours of direct flame contact. The same level of construction and security goes for potential tampering with the facility itself. I hope this gives you the clarity that you need to understand that the warehouse facility on the site will not increase the risks to your property or the nearby houses. I will now provide some further information on the other questions raised by our community. Under Victorian planning legislation, the definition of this facility is a warehouse. This is why it was advertised as a warehouse. It is defined as land used to store goods. In this instance, the goods originally proposed were fireworks, with the permit later amended to include ammunition and explosives. The planning definition for the development continues to be a warehouse. When the original application was made, a notice was placed in the Nagambie Community Voice newspaper, and nearby and adjoining landholders were notified. This means that full details on the application were made available to the public. At this time, council officers thought the adjoining and nearby landholders would benefit from more details, and the notice to neighbours stated the goods to be stored were fireworks. The permit was issued on the 20th of August 2019 with the endorsed plans showing the location of the two zones to be used for the storage of fireworks. The permit holder requested and was issued an amended endorsed plan on the 19th of December 2019, which did not change the amount of goods being stored or the location of the storage areas. The only changes were to the layout of the magazines within the zones, and this was done under secondary consent, with no additional public notice given, as it was considered a minor change. An application to amend what the permit allowed was lodged in January 2020. At this time, nearby and adjoining landowners were notified. The amendment did not change the location of the magazines or the amounts to be stored. It included ammunition and explosives instead of exclusively being for fireworks. At this time, neighbours were again notified, and council officers ensured the notice was entitled Amendment to Proposal to Include Explosives and Ammunition in the Warehouse. For further information, the proposal for the use of the land as a warehouse approves two areas of the property, known as Zone 1 and Zone 2. Each zone has magazines constructed within these areas that will be able to store fireworks, explosives or ammunition. The application, as advertised on each occasion, specified these zones and showed details on magazines within these zones. We can confirm the original application and the amended application were referred to the Country Fire Authority, Golden Murray Water, WorkSafe and the Environmental Protection Authority. In both instances, all authorities were provided with a full copy of the application documentation and were aware that the proposal included fireworks initially and ammunition and explosives as part of the amendment. They all provided conditional consent to the permit. As a referral authority on the application, WorkSafe did not request any conditions to be placed on the permit. The guiding principles for planning permit conditions is that council should not place conditions on any permit that will then require compliance with some other act or regulation. In this case, the permit issued would not override the permit holder's requirements to comply with their licensing requirements under the Dangerous Goods Act 1985. The amount of product that will be allowed to be stored on site is also subject to the licensing requirements of WorkSafe. Council do not determine how much can be stored on this site. This assessment is undertaken by WorkSafe in accordance with the relevant legislation. The zones in the facility are both located more than 600 metres away from Sandy Creek. A referral to the Golden Broken Catchment Management Authority is generally only undertaken when there is a proposal in land subject to flooding or less than 100 metres from a waterway. As neither of these triggers applied, the application was not sent to the Golden Broken Catchment Management Authority. From the feedback we have received on this matter, we acknowledge that we could have been clearer in the advertising to the broader community. However, this would not have impacted the decision to grant a permit as the applicant met all the criteria required. As a process improvement, we will now ensure that we work with applicants to include more information in the description of a permit application, such as the nature of the good to be stored in any warehouse, and include this in all future notices for planning permit applications. In relation to land values, these are set annually by the Victorian Valuer General, and this is a process outside of Council's control and managed by the Victorian Government. It is also well established planning law that effect on property values is not something that can be considered when making a decision on a planning permit application. Finally, I wanted to speak about Council's commitment to improving communication and engagement with our community. The communication and advertising associated with planning decisions are prescribed under Section 52 of the Planning and Environment Act 1987. However, as a council, we are committed to doing better. This will mean investigating the communications tools we use to alert people to planning permit applications in their areas. And more broadly, you may have read in our latest My Strathbogie bulletin that we have developed a set of minimal requirements and objectives that our community engagement must adhere to. These are our engagement principles, and one of these principles is genuine and transparent. It's about being open and honest in our engagement approach. Another principle is listen and learn. This is so we can continually improve. On the topic, it's obvious our community wants more information. We have developed a fact sheet, including questions and answers, and made them available on our website. If there are any other questions our community would like to have answered, we encourage them to phone us on the 1800 number, which is 1800 065 993, or email info@strathbogie.vic.gov.au at any time. We also have a further following question that was submitted by Mr. Gary Hellman from Mitchellstown. Our property is Crown Allotment 10 on Wattlevale Road, adjoining the Aram Town explosive storage. Why weren't we notified? The response to that question is, the planning permit issued for the warehouse on Delaney Road is made up of two separate parcels of land, Crown Allotment 20 and Crown Allotment 21. Crown Allotment 10 on Wattlevale Road adjoins a road reserve, and then Crown Allotment 20 on of the subject land. The warehouse facility is being constructed on Crown Allotment 21 and does not technically adjoin the site in question. Notice of the application was placed in the Nagambie Community Voice to ensure a broader consideration of the original application and to allow persons not formally advised of the application an opportunity to make a submission. The next question that we have in question time has been submitted by John Beresford from Nagambie. I congratulate and thank Councillor McLaren for her diligence in lobbying for federal government funding towards a pedestrian and cycling pathway at the Crown Land lake frontage of the Nagambie rowing course between Allura Estate and the Nagambie Regatta Centre. In May 2019, the then federal government sports minister promised $350,000 towards the project. At the same public announcement in Nagambie, the mayor also committed $200,000 from the Strathbogie Shire Council, and the local businesses committed $110,000 towards the project. The local business contribution is ready to go, and now the council and federal funding is confirmed. Meeting any identified shortfall will be positively considered by local businesses if this means the project will commence ASAP. My question is, given the federal government funding for this project is required to be acquitted prior to June 30, 2021, and there is an appetite by governments at all levels to encourage shovel-ready community infrastructure projects in this post-COVID environment, could the Mayor please provide a summary of the status of this visionary project, which will be a major contributor to the economic and social stimulus and business in the Nagambie Township? So our response to that is that together with the $350,000 from the federal government and the $110,000 from business, Council has committed $250,000 to this project, and the original grant application indicated a potential state government contribution, which is still being pursued. In order for the project to progress, a cultural heritage management plan needs to be completed and the design and costings reaffirmed and the balance of funding secured. Work is underway to achieve the above, along with work on a community engagement plan. So we also have received questions from Helen McKernan from Balmatin, Janet Hagan from Ruffy, and Penny Alga from Sheehan's Creek. The questions again have been grouped, and the questions are: why has the Shire not appointed an environmental sustainability coordinator with responsibility for biodiversity maintenance and enhancement? The next question was: my Landcare network would like to know when a new Shire environmental officer will be appointed. We have been looking forward to continuing the position relationship we had with the past environmental officer, and we've been disappointed that no permanent replacement has been employed. The next question was: why has no one been appointed to the position of environmental officer since the departure of Carol Hammond at the end of 2019? And the final question was: why has the Shire not appointed a dedicated environmental officer since the departure of Carol Hammond at the end of 2019? And our response is: since the departure of the previous environmental officer, some changes have been made to that area of the Council's operation. Council's previous waste management officer, who possesses a Master's in Environmental Science, has been placed in the position of Environment and Waste Coordinator, and Council will be recruiting a Waste Management Officer, which will allow for further emphasis on environmental programs. Of recent times, the officer has worked on a number of environmental issues, including liaison with Landcare groups, the Greening Euroa project, Roadside Weeds and Pest Program, and the Power Partnership Agreement, which aims to increase Council's use of renewable energy. The next question that we have tonight in public question time is from Elizabeth Taylor Euroa. What financial investment does the Caravan Park leasee receive annually from the Council? And the response: funding of the Caravan Park from Council is set out in the lease agreement with the current and previous tenants. Funding is based on rent paid and is applied towards maintenance and agreed capital improvements. At times in its budget process, Council has allocated funds for additional works where these have deemed to be of benefit to the community. Okay, and that's the end of the questions for question time. Thank you for bearing with me while I read through all of those. So we are now heading into item 9 in our agenda tonight, which is the officer reports. And the first report that we have tonight is item 9.1 on page 1 of our agenda, and it is the planning permit application number P2018-148, the use and development of land for 4 glamping huts and 6 tents defined as caravan and camping park as per clause 7303 land use terms at 204 Goulburn Weir, Murchison Road, Goulburn Weir. I understand our acting Director of Community and Planning, Emma Kubel, is going to speak to this item for us. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This application was heard before Council in June of 2019 and as a result was deferred to allow the applicant further time to address the concerns of Council officers. Since then, this has been amended and now proposes the use and development of land as stated at 204 Goulburn Weir, Murchison Road for camping and glamping only. This previously included a function centre which allowed for events at the site. The accommodation that is proposed to be held on site in the glamping huts and tents will provide for accommodation of up to 20 people within these 2 areas. The application is being heard before Council as there are 2 objections that were received to the proposal, which related to issues which mainly related around impacts on the amenity. And the recommendation, which is respectfully before you this evening, Council, is for a notice of decision, which you can see within the agenda. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Kubel. And my apologies, everyone. I should have actually read out a little bit of a preamble before we headed into our planning part, because this is the first time that we are considering planning matters in our ordinary council meeting. So if you just allow me the grace to just pick up on those couple of points, and then we'll get back into the this item. So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that this is a very different environment for our planning for our meeting, and we'd also like to ask for patience as we adapt to this platform. In order to help with this meeting, I know there's a number of members of the public who have requested to speak to items, and we just ask if that they could please keep their microphones on mute and turn off their cameras until they were requested to speak. Each item will be heard in order that they are in the agenda, and we will hear from each speaker at the beginning of that item, with the objectors to speak first, and then the applicant will then be given the right of reply. I have been provided with a list of people wishing to speak on the different applications, and when I call your name, if you're able to take your microphone off mute and turn your camera back on before you begin your presentation. You will have 5 minutes to speak, and a warning time frame will be given to you when you have 30 seconds to go. And thank you everyone for your patience with all of this. So thank you, Emma, for your summary. We have before us with application P2018-148. The applicants are Paul Little, Planning and Property Partners, on behalf of Tony Hammond. The application for the use and development of land for 4 glamping huts and 6 tents, as defined as caravan and camping park as per clause 7303 land use terms at 204 Golden Weir, Murchison Road, Golden Weir. We have received a letter from Stephen Kearney and Associates on behalf of objector Michael Kearney, which has been requested to be read out at tonight's meeting, so I'm happy to do that now. My client's concern is that if granted, the applicant will use the property as a function centre and conduct functions and events at the property. My clients wish to make it very clear that they oppose this strongly. Please ensure that the applicant is fully aware of what an event is and what a function is. They want to ensure that the applicant is crystal clear that this present application does not afford them any permission to conduct such functions or events. Please also ensure that the applicant is also very clear of the actions and penalties that exist for conducting such events without a permit. We also have the applicant speaking to this application. So Paul Little on behalf of Tony and Nedra Hammond. And Paul, are you with us tonight?
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I am here.
Thank you, Paul. I'll hand over to you now for your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Councillors. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to address you. Well done on conducting such an orderly meeting thus far via this forum. It's not straightforward, but it appears you'll have it down pat. I'm here to address you in relation to this application, which has been around for some time now. Back in June of 2019, I addressed you in chamber in relation to a report that had been prepared to address a somewhat different application to what's before you tonight. And what's before you tonight is a significantly modified proposal, a very modest proposal that seeks to add some accommodation in the form of glamping huts and some tents to an existing boutique winery and accommodation business that operates from the land. In relation to the matters that are before you, we have worked through a number of relevant matters with Ms Crane from Council that has involved provision of a variety of different pieces of additional material to assist her consideration of the proposal, and also to assist the referral authorities who've also all responded favourably to the application, noting that appropriate conditions have been included where relevant. I say that this is a very modest addition. The boutique business that operates from the site has been fairly well established now. It's developed a very strong following from repeat attendees or visitors to the site. It is associated with land that my clients, Tony Hammond and Nedra at Crikenbeak, have owned for some time. And I note that the Hammond family have a long and strong association with the locality and the region in particular. And the business has developed, as I said, it's a modest business. It operates with some existing buildings on the land that provide for accommodation, as well as its winery activities. And what's sought here is for up to 20 people, in addition to the current facilities, to occupy the premises in this glamping arrangement. And the proposal, we say, balances an appropriate extension to the existing land use, but in a way that does not and will not unreasonably impact upon the amenity of the location. And with that in mind, the council officers, as I mentioned, and Goulburn Murray Valley Water and the CFA have all been involved in providing referral advices, which is reflected in the very detailed assessment that council officers have undertaken in relation to the proposal. In terms of amenity considerations, the matters that have been flagged by objectors in relation to this proposal, we note that the nearest dwelling is over 400 metres from the subject site as to where the activities are proposed to be undertaken. And in particular, the recommendation of the officers deals with very general amenity considerations at condition or proposed condition 10, specifically some lighting considerations for baffling and so forth at condition 13. It also includes a range of conditions that deal with effluent management, water management generally, and of course fire management as well. And I make the observation and the submission to you, council, is that our clients accept the recommendation as it's been put by council officers, and we think it's a fair and well considered position to adopt in relation to the proposal. The assessment from the officers deals with all of the relevant statutory controls. It deals with all of the policy provisions, and our client has, as I said, a long connection to the land, a commitment to their business, and with that in mind, the commitment to this modest extension of the facility to provide for some additional accommodation will build opportunities for new employment, but also maintain existing employment opportunities, which are very important under these particularly difficult times. And as I said, the conditions that have been included by officers are fair, they are reasonable, and they'll enable our client to operate and continue to operate their business successfully. But more importantly, to the issues raised by objectors around divergence of use, the application that was before you in June last year did include a function centre and event proposal. This application has been formally amended to remove those components, and our client, I can assure you, is very clear in relation to the fact that they've made that decision in coming and putting this proposal before council officers and of course yourself this evening. As stated, councillors, we adopt and we can support the position that's been put by council officers, and on behalf of my clients, I request your support for their proposal as printed and request that councillors respond and resolve in favour of the application as put. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Okay, we have a recommendation before us. Do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Gardner. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mason. So seconded by Councillor Mason. Councillor Gardner, you wish to speak to this item?
Madam Mayor, it's good to see an instance where the applicant and the planners have worked closely together to come up with a recommendation which has got the approval of the parties involved. I see this as also adding to the economic profile that we've got in the minutes here further down, that it will add to visitor numbers, day visits and overnight stays, which are very welcome in the community, and I see it as being a good use of the land. It's not going to take it away from its farming potential. The only thing I would say is that if there is any thought in the future to expand it, then it should come back to council for a new permit application. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I concur with what Councillor Gardner has said, and it's been such a lengthy process. The I note the two objections and the concerns on the impact on the amenity of the area, the worries about functions and events, and I also note the conditions, the 5.5 pages of conditions, and I just think, yes, this is a well worthwhile project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? All right, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation that has been moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, we're now moving on in our agenda to page 29, page 29, which is item 9.2. It is the combined planning scheme amendment and planning permit application, I should say, at 401 High Street, Nagambie, C80 and P2019-016. The applicants are Jane Macy from Spire, and the application is for a combined planning scheme amendment and planning permit at 401 High Street, Nagambie. We have the applicant who is wishing to speak to this application. So I did have Emma as listed to give a summary, but I might just hand straight over to the applicant if council will indulge me. So Mr. Jerry Ryan, you're joining us to speak to this application. Would you like to speak? You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, hey, thank you for the opportunity to outline what we're doing. In fact, I think it was 12 months ago that we did a presentation on the overall plan. As you know, we're doing a 250 lot subdivision. Most important amongst that subdivision will be affordable housing. I don't need to explain to you acute shortage of housing in Nagambie. I'm trying to bring people up from Melbourne and other areas that we can't house them. This will add to the local economy some $55 million. We're planning on doing 30 homes the first year and 10 units. This is on top of what we've got planned for the residential lifestyle village. As I explained to Emma last week, our intentions is to start digging in the next 3 months to build a manufactured housing plant in Nagambie, employing some 60 people. On top of the estate, to 30 odd homes will create another 50 to 60 jobs in the next 12 months. We have the blessing of the state government. As we all know, we're going to come out of COVID-19. I'm sure that we've all seen the interest in people heading to the country. As you know, only 54% of Melburnians have never been out of Melbourne in the last 12 months, and so we have got a huge opportunity for the community to create employment, more importantly to create housing. If there's any questions, as I've said, I did the presentation to you 12 months ago, so I look forward to a positive response.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, councillors. Emma, did you wish to add anything further before I ask councillors if they move this recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think everything has pretty much been covered with the exception of what we are proposing this evening, and that is that for Council to consider a request to be made to the Minister for Planning to authorise the preparation and exhibition of the proposed amendment to the Strathbogie planning scheme. And thank you very much.
Terrific. Thanks, Emma. Okay, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 29. Do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Thank you, seconded by Councillor Williams. Councillor Gardner, do you wish to speak to this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, this proposal is a confirmation of the Nagambie growth strategy, where we're seeing land rezones that are can be used for residential building. And as the applicant has said, in our own documentation, we're looking at growth in the Gambia of 3,300 people over the next 16 years, which is an enormous number when you think of it going into such a small area. And as the applicant has said, there is not much housing stock available in the area at the moment. And this will be a welcome addition, and it's in line with the growth management strategy for both Ngambie and for the Shire.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams, you're still on mute. Councillor Williams, still on mute.
Not now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm very pleased to see this coming up here tonight. I think, as Jerry has just said, we've got to look at what's going to happen in the future, and I concur that a lot of people probably will move out of Melbourne and work in the Shire, and especially in places where they'll be able to get employment, and it'll be a big boost in the Gambia and the Shire of Strathbogie. And I think, we've really got to support the technology that is being used today. A lot of people will work from home and they'll be looking for affordable housing. And I think this is a great thing for the Gambia and the whole region. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so I'd just like to make a couple of comments. So what we're dealing with tonight is the rezoning of land from the farming zone to the residential zone in an area which has long been part, as other councillors have pointed out, long been part of the strategic expansion of Ngambie. But I think we should be quite clear that we're not approving this tonight. What we're doing is passing a resolution, if we pass this resolution, which is a combined planning scheme amendment and a planning application for the rezoning and the development. And that process will enable a significant amount of community input. So there'll be significant advertising, significant input and significant approval. So it'll be a process that will ensure that the very best development is possible, because a lot of people will have input to it. So I think I just want to be clear that what we're doing tonight is starting that process, not approving it, but we're approving the process which hopefully will deliver the very best outcome for this parcel of land.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? All right, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 29 that has been moved by Councillor Gardner and seconded by Councillor Williams. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So now we are moving on in our agenda. And the next item is item 9.3. It is the planning applications received from the 29th of July to the 25th of August 2020. And we have a recommendation before us that the report be noted. Can I have somebody prepared to move that report, please? Recommendation, please. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mason, second by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Mason, do you wish to speak to this item?
Just to say that this is just to note that the planning applications received, and it's in this time of COVID-19, it's good to see life going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Thompson, do you wish to speak to this item?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 51 of our agenda under item 9.3. Planning applications received and a recommendation the report be noted. Moved by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Councillors, we're now up to page 55 in our agenda. The item is item 9.4. It is the tender for the contract number 2021-12 environmental monitoring at the Violet Town landfill, and we have a recommendation on page 55. Councillor, do I have someone prepared to move that? Oh, sorry, before I do that, I will just ask that whether the officer, sorry, and I have got a list here, David Ruff, who is our Director for Corporate Operations, if David would just like to speak to this briefly, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, as the report indicates, we are required to undertake quarterly monitoring of the Violet Town landfill. And given that we didn't have a contract in place, we advertised tender for 3 years with an option of 2, received 12 tenders, and then we evaluated on the basis of the criteria that we'd identified in the tender documents, which was price as one, also capability and capacity of the contractor to deliver the project. That was scored independently by 3 officers and then moderated to ensure that there was no abnormal outcome from those scores. And at the end of the analysis, SMEC Australia Proprietary Limited were the highest scoring tenderer, and that's at a saving of about $15,000 a year on what we're currently paying. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Director Roth. Okay, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 55. Do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. And do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. Councillor Thompson, you wish to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Violet Town landfill has been very topical during the life of this council. I suspect will be even more topical in the life of the next council in terms of the amount of funding that's going to be required to cap and make that safe and to meet the environmental legislation. Part of that legislation is we have a requirement with the Environmental Protection Authority as part of the ongoing management for the monitoring of that site in terms of its methane emissions, in terms of its leachate and other potentially detrimental effects on the environment. We'll see from the recommendation, as Director Roth pointed out, that the council officer's view is that the best value option, and it's like the best value is not always lowest price, but it's a combination of price and service that can be delivered. So the officer's recommendation is that the best value option is for SMEC Australia, but as people will note from a couple of pages later on, that the price of $86,100 is not the lowest price. Perhaps I could just ask the Director just to elaborate a little bit on why the lowest cost tender was not selected as being of best value.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Director Ruff, did you wish to address this, please?
Yep. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, as I indicated, the non-price criteria that were evaluated looked at things like resourcing, capacity, and the ability that we thought to deliver the project with minimal risk. And having scored independently the 3 officers, we came up with an overall recommendation for SMEC, but it was basically about resourcing and potential risk with the job.
Thank you, Councillor Roth. Director Roth. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Rayburn. We're not even halfway through the agenda and I'm losing it. Sorry, everyone. Okay, Councillor Rayburn, do you wish to speak to this item?
No, Councillor. Madam Mayor, I just wanted to verify that I support this, and once again, we're being very transparent in the fact that we're trying to reduce our costs to our community. And this is, as the Director said, we get saving $15,000. So that goes back to our community, but also we're looking after our community by monitoring the site.
Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, just quickly, Madam Chair. This I was very impressed with the numbers of tenders we had in my 23 years here, that probably would be the record that I've ever seen in tendering for a position here in the Shire of Strathbogie. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, Councillor, in that case, we have a recommendation on page 55 of our agenda that has been moved by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Rayburn. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right. Councillors, we're now moving on in our agenda to page 60. It's item 9.5. It is the tender for contract number 2021-10, the supply and installation of public amenities, Violet Town. We have a recommendation on that page. Do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Rayburn, and seconded by Councillor Thompson. So before I go to the councillors, Director Roth, did you wish to speak to this item, or have I missed my? Hang on. Right. Sorry, beg your pardon. It is Director Kubel, Acting Director Kubel for Community and Planning. Do you wish to speak to this item, please? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you know, this item is in regards to the installation of public amenities at Violet Town Rec Reserve, and the works are part of the Strathbogie Shire Council's approved budget. Council went to public tender for contract for the supply and installation of these public amenities on the 12th of June 2020. At the tender closing on the 8th of July, 4 tenders were received. However, one submission was deemed non-conforming. The tender submissions were assessed and evaluated as noted in Table 3 on page 62 of the agenda by council officers, with the results showing GR Design and Construct Proprietary Limited as the preferred tender, and very similar discussion around that criteria for assessment as per our last report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Acting Director Kubel. Thank you for that. Now, councillors, we have got the motion. They moved by Councillor Rayburn and seconded by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Rayburn, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was elected to council back in March this year, and one of the criteria was to try and get these toilets built by the time I ran for re-election. I'm not going to be able to succeed in that because they won't be built by the 24th of October, but they are on the books now to be signed off the contract to have these toilets built. I know that the community is so happy about this because it's been around since about 2016, and if you go and have a look at the Rec Reserve toilets at the moment, they are a sham. And the shelter, which was above that, is now being taken off. So our community is desperately requiring a new toilet block, and the community has said to me, thanks to the council for the budget, place it in the budget, and now fulfilling their dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think as Councillor Rayburn pointed out, this is a long-awaited replacement of the toilets in Violet Town, and I can do better than him in terms of a commitment because the report talks about a resolution in 2016 and meetings that this council had in 2016, but actually the desire of the council to replace these toilets goes back to the previous council, so it's longer than that. And in terms of Councillor Rayburn's commitment, I remember making a commitment with former Councillor Stuthers in 2016 that we would have this built before we finished our terms. And like as Councillor Rayburn has failed, I've also failed. It won't be done by then, but we won't have missed by much.
No.
And I'd also like to point out that when we're all waiting, I think, for the return of the Violet Town market. And I have one constituent in particular who makes a point of ringing me or speaking to me when they return from the market and reminding me every month for 4 years that those toilets have not been replaced and are not serviceable. So it'll be a weight off my mind that individual will be much happier of their monthly visits to the Violet Town market. And on a more serious note, I'd point out that GR Design and Construct are specialists in building these outdoor facilities. So I have no doubt that this is very much the best value for the council, not in terms of price, but I think based on their track record, we'll have a really great product at the end of it as well, something that Violet Town can be proud of.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? No, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 60 of our agenda, moved by Councillor Rayburn and seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, councillors, we're moving through our agenda now. We're up to page 65. It's item 9.6. It's the tender for contract number 2021-08, the supply and install of water tanks at various locations: Avenel, Crichtons Creek, Euroa, Gorham, Ruffy, Strathbogie and Violet Town. And we have a recommendation on page 65, councillors. So I will ask, sorry, I'm juggling 4 screens here, councillor, so I apologise when I'm not quite on it. So again, I'm going to ask Acting Director Hubel to speak to this item briefly for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As noted, these works relate to Council's drought recovery initiatives funded through the Australian Government's Drought Communities Program. The tender documentation was prepared for the supply, installation and commissioning of water tanks, including the construction of tank foundations, pads, CFA requirements, 3 generators and any associated civil, servicing and other necessary works. At tender closing on the 5th of August 2020, 8 tenders were received, with the results showing Think Melbourne Water as the preferred tenderer, and the recommendation is before you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, councillor. Sorry, Director Hubel. Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you everyone for bearing with me. So, Councillor Williams would like to move this recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mason. All right, Councillor Williams, off you go. Councillor Williams is still on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm very pleased to be able to move this motion. Ever since I've been on council, I've been worried about water in 23 years, and it's come to fruition now because of the fires and everything that's needed, that all these fire brigades or the CFAs will be able to get a water tank, and especially another one here at Euroa, as we realised in the drought how this important tank here, which was here now, has carried us through. And having another big tank here, we have other areas to be concerned about in looking after our ovals or whatever the case may be, our parks and everything. So this will supply a lot more water to our community, and it'll be safe water for the whole of the Shire of Strathbogie in a need for water. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, this is absolutely critically important coming into this summer, and I know I keep getting contacted by members of the community about where the tanks are and will they be in time for summer. And as Councillor Williams said, talking about here in Euroa, the Friendlies Oval, the new Friendlies Oval, that's putting a drain on our bore, on our town bore. And also the Memorial Oval, they have had serious problems keeping water up to the oval, and the sporting facilities are absolutely critical to any town. But it's not just that, it's also the CFA and having that water sitting there ready to go in a time of emergency, and the generators. There's 3 generators also included in this, so it's a great program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Councillor Little, and then Councillor Thompson. Councillor Little, you're still on mute.
Very briefly, thank you, Madam Mayor. Very briefly, I've noticed that there's 7 tanks. Actually, I think there's 7 tanks connected to bores or waterworks and 1 freestanding tank. So that's a total of 8. And connected to those, I understand there will be up to about 4 standpipes, which are also a vital part of the system for people who want to fill with water, fire tankers, and so on. So again, it's previous 2 speakers have covered it very well, but it's an excellent system. Thank you to the government for helping us do it, and thank you to the staff for planning it and working out where they're all going to go.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just adding to what previous councillors have said, in addition to obviously the impact on the sporting recreation facilities in the towns, this is actually a fantastic program for the eastern part of the Shire. I mean, it's the supply, installation, commissioning of water storage and supply, but the drought funding has enabled a real step change in the use of water resources in the areas of the Strathbogie tableland, the Ruffey tableland, and the Gurrum and Crichton Creek Valley, which in the past 50 years have been the centre of fire issues that this Shire has had. All of the major fires in this Shire have occurred across that area. And without doubt, including the most recent one in the Ruffey area, access to water has been problematic because often what would occur, as people would be aware, is that we have these worst fires in our driest, hottest summers generally, when our farm dams are at their lowest, and it can be very difficult to access water. What this is doing is supplying water in tanks that is always there for firefighting. So I know all of our CFA brigades across the 2 tablelands and the 2 valleys are absolutely thrilled with this federal government funding and how we've been able to use it. But in addition to that, what it also does in Ruffey and Strathbogie is it provides water security to our public buildings in those areas as well. So it has a tremendous amenity value for our residents and how they use those facilities. So this is really a great program. The only downside to it has been that one of the federal government aims for it was to try and provide as much local activity as possible in terms of employment and supply. But what we've obviously seen by the tenders that have come forward here, this is not an area that within the Shire we have a lot of businesses that specialise in. And therefore, there's a recommendation is to go to a supplier outside of the Shire. And while people may think that it's difficult and disappointing to go to somebody in the capital city, it's a reality of what can be supplied locally. So I definitely commend this recommendation to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 65 that's been moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried 7-0. Okay, councillors, we're now moving through our agenda up to page 71. It is item 9.7 and it is the tender for contract 2021-23 for the Ranger and Local Laws Enforcement. And I now am going to ask Director Roff to speak to this item, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the report indicates, we've used contractors for our Ranger and Local Laws services for the past 10 years, and that includes operation of the pound, animal control matters, dog attacks, stock on roads, and I think the services performed quite well over that period. The tender expired, so we advertised. We only had one tenderer, which was the existing contractor. It's a known cost. They've proven to be a reliable service. And also included in the tender is provision of equipment such as a vehicle and a 24-hour response if needed. So the recommendations there for council, and the tendered price, if you look at year one, it's underneath the budget provision that we've allowed, and it will be under the budget for the remaining 2 years of that contract.
Thank you, Director Roth. Okay, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 71. Do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation, please? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Thompson. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Williams. Councillor Thompson, do you wish to speak to this item?
Just briefly, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Director Roth has given a good explanation of this service, which I should have to say from feedback I have had from my constituents, is that this is an area of council where service delivery meets expectations. We look at the cost going forward for this, which is within the budget expectations that we've set and our prior experience on cost. I did inquire previously of officers. I'm always disappointed when there's only one conforming tender or one tender, because you often have doubts about how competitive that is. Although, having said that, you know, this pricing seems within the realm of what is realistic. But officers did point out to me, and I think they're correct, that this is not necessarily an area that a lot of people are going to apply for, because it is about local laws enforcement. So not only do you need to have a degree of experience, and that is quite broad in terms of the handling of animals, the handling of firearms, a knowledge of the local laws, so there is some complexity associated with this. But it's also a difficult area because by its nature, a lot of it is about enforcement, a lot of it is about dealing with things that are not necessarily pleasant. And I think the fact that we've got a good service delivery at a reasonable cost is something that we as council should be pleased with and should be happy to continue with.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, I concur completely with what Councillor Thompson said, and I must say that the employee of the staff has been exceptionally good. He's got a very good manner, and you never hear the people complain about what he does. He does his job very well. And the other good part of it is I've had to ring him myself at the weekend, and it's instantaneous that you get good service and everything is done. So I think they're a very, very good contracting firm to be working with council.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item, please? All right, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation that is on page 71 of our agenda. It is has been moved by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Williams. I'd like to put that to a vote. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay. Moving on in our agenda, we're now up to page 76. Item 9.8, the tender for contract number 2021-22, the provision of boating safety operations. And I'd now like to hand over to Director Roth to give us a summary for that one, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Similar to the previous item, we had a contract which had expired. We advertised. This tender involves patrols on Lake Ngambia and the waterways over the summer period. And having spent a day with the contractor, it is a nice combination of education and compliance. So I think they've hit the sweet spot about how they approach it. It's a proven contract. It also includes provision of equipment, which is a boat and access to a second boat if necessary. And on the patrols, there are two people on the boat at any one time. And as with the previous tender, it's also within the budget provision that we've made.
Thank you, Director Roth. Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 76. Do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Gardner. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Gardner.
Madam Mayor, following on from the other motion, it fits the requirements of being value for money tender. It's a specialty service that it would be difficult for the Shire to be able to provide on a continuing basis, and It's a service that is required on the lake over summer.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. And Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The current operator, he does provide a good service, and I'm really comfortable with it. It's a known operator, and you know, we've got history, so yeah, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak for or against this item? In that case, councillors, I'm going to move that, the recommendation has been moved by Councillor Gardner, second by Councillor Mason. I'm going to put it to a vote. All those in favour, please. Oops. Thank you, carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda, councillors, is on page 81. It's item 9.9, the tender for the contract number 2021-20, the operation and management of the municipal swimming pools. And our CEO, Julie Salomon, is going to speak to this item for us. Thanks, Julie.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Councillors and community, at the 15th of May 2020 meeting, Council endorsed officers to prepare tender documentation for the management and operation of our aquatic facilities for the 3 seasons commencing in the 2020-21 summer season. The tender, 2 rounds of tender advertising occurred. This was due to pools operating with a very small niche skill set that is just offered by a few companies. At the close of tender in those 2 advertised rounds, we received 2 tenders, both of which were deemed non-conforming. These non-conformances were related to the uncertainty in the marketplace for the operations of outdoor pools, associated with the COVID-19 restrictions. There was and still remains some uncertainty about what that would look like going forward for a summer season. As such, this report recommends that Council abandons the current tender process and authorises the Chief Executive Officer to further submissions from this niche skill set of operators for the operation of just 1 season, the 2020-21 summer season, and approve a contract should an arrangement be made within budget with a 5% variation. We also need to ensure that the aquatics reference group is reformed and provide some input into this contract arrangements, and most importantly, Council receive a further report in February 2021 regarding a cost-benefit analysis of in-house operations and outsourcing for the pools for 2021 and onwards. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mayor McLaren, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you, everyone. I knew that would happen to me at least once as soon as the animals were brought in. Sorry about that. Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 81. Do I have a councillor prepared to move that? Thank you, Councillor Little. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think our CEO has covered it very well. It's a pretty open and shut case of what has happened and where we go from here. I would just like to emphasise, though, dot point 6, the reforming of the aquatic facilities reference group, which basically I think was called the Community Pools Working Group, and a very keen group of people who looked after the interests of the 4 pools. And it's good to see that that is going to start again, preferably before the 1st of December when the pools are due to open. And I commend those people on the pools working group and hope that basically they're the ones that reapply for the job under the new Aquatic Facilities Reference Group. But I commend this to the. It's very important that the pools stay open. It's important to the kids of this area that they learn to swim, and for the enjoyment of the people that also live in the area. So I'm very keen to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I concur with Councillor Little, and I'd just like to say that as the weather warms up, the pools become critically important, especially when you get into the 40s. And I just hope everything goes well and we have a really good summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support this motion, but just as in May, when the resolution was put to go out to tender, I'm not comfortable with it, but I'm supporting it because I don't see an alternative at this point in time. But I just want to make the point, as I've done before, that council is committed that over the next decade it's going to spend a significant sum, perhaps approaching $6 million, on the maintenance and enhancement of our swimming pools. But the management of those pools during the time that I've been on council, whether that's been an outsourced option or an in-house option, has been problematic. And the reason why I'm uncomfortable is that I see a challenge of creating really good facilities where we can't match the service experience. And I think we have to do better. I think that we've seen the history in the past, and I'll use the Violet Town pool as an example of that, where we had attendances not too long ago, 5 years ago, which are 4 times what they were in the most recent season. And the reason for that is that there was a really good experience for the pool users. I think whether we have an outsourced model or an in-house model, the council has to commit to try and replicate that first-class experience for users, because swimming, and other councillors have pointed out, swimming is really important from a safety perspective. But we're living in an area which is getting hotter and hotter. There are going to be more days where people are going to want to use the pool for cooling off. And so it's going to be a vital service, both from a safety perspective and a recreation perspective. And we have to find a way of managing it the best that it can be. Perhaps this is the process that's going to be the answer. I mean, these are specialist firms in the management of these types of facilities. Perhaps they are going to be the answer. I doubt it. But perhaps at the very least, what we'll do is learn from how professionals do manage these facilities, and perhaps that factor that into the type of thinking in the future of how best to create an experience, but also create a well-managed, professionally managed facility. So I will be supporting this, but I do think we can do better.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 81 of our agenda, moved by Councillor Little and seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda, councillors, is on page 91. It's item 9.11. It's the Waste Wise Events Guide. And I'd like to ask Director for... Oh, have I missed one? I'm thinking mine's in the wrong order. I must have missed the recycling one. Sorry, beg your pardon. I did. I beg your pardon, everybody. Item 9.10, the Recycling Victoria Household Recycling Reform Transition Planning. That's on page 85 of our agendas, councillors. And I would ask Director Roth if he would like to give us a bit of a background to this one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This, as the report indicates, this follows on from the state government's policy in regard to recycling, and the main implication is the potential separation of glass in our collection. So we've been provided with some funding, and this report's just updating on our transition planning, which involves looking at the options of how we might handle glass, whether that's by a complete collection service or a combination of collection and depot type setup. With a couple of other councils that we work with in the waste space, we have engaged a consultant to do some modelling of the options, which we expect towards the end of the year. But any new service wouldn't commence until 24, 25, which is when our existing contracts run out. But we're hoping to line those up with other councils so that we can get economies of scale when we've decided what the option is. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Roth. So, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 85 of our agenda. Do I have somebody prepared to move this recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Little. And a seconder, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Little, do you wish to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very, very briefly, I just note that it's the recommendation the council notes the report, but in the report I've just picked up that ultimately we're moving maybe to a 4-bin system to be completed by the year 2030. So there's plenty of lead time here to plan this, and the draft transition plan by the end of September of this year, which is quite tight. But so it's just a report to be noted, and it's an interesting move to a 4-bin system. And the glass, of course, by 2027.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Strathbogie Shire is a statewide leader in diverting waste away from curbside collection away from landfill. I mean, we always have almost 70% of diversion away from landfill, one of the highest rates in the state, and maintain that year after year. I'd like to commend the previous council in allowing this shire to be an early adopter of separate organics collection, which, as well as being an excellent recycling option, taking it away from landfill, also uses material and produces a usable organic compost. So it's a great move. Of course, it extends the life of landfills by reducing the volume that's in there. But the next step, as Director Roth has pointed out, is to take all of that commingled recyclable material, which has proven over the last 3 years to be problematic, particularly when China stopped taking it en masse and set much higher quality standards for it. So now there's this whole mass of commingled recycled material, which, if we're going to process efficiently within Victoria, and the state government have committed to that, needs to be separated and sorted. And the primary sorting is out of glass. And so this report, as we have in there, outlines how that transition will be made to, as Councillor Little pointed out, an additional bin that will help with the sorting of recycled material. So I think this is another step in the environmental credentials of the shire, in the way that it's dealt with waste management. And I think the officers should be congratulated both for their ongoing performance in that diversion, but also in terms of future steps to enhance the service.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 85 that's been moved by Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. The next item in our agenda, councillors, is on page 91. It's item 911, and it's the WasteWise Events Guide. And I'd like to hand over to Director Roth to give us a brief introduction to this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This policy and guide is intended to reduce waste at events in particular, And there's two different types of events. There's the ones that are on council managed or owned land or are directly managed. So the report is suggesting that we require adherence to the guide and the policy in the case of those events, and that we recommend that other events make use of the guide. I will just point out that on page 3 of the guide, there is a change to be made where it says, however, Strathbogie Shire encourage all event organisers, and these are the events on our property and so on. That wording will be changed to require. So we're trying to be a leader and show the community what can be achieved.
Thank you, Director Ross. Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 91. Do I have somebody prepared to move this recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to commend the staff, both the event staff and the waste management staff, for the preparation of this policy, and particularly for producing the Wastewise Events Guide. And as a Shire, we really want to be a flourishing centre of events. We want to be known for a place that puts on events and functions and people have a good time. But I think, as noted in the report, one of the things that research has shown is that people feel even better if they know they're having a good time at an event which is sustainably managing its waste. And this guide and policy do that. The guide itself is going to be a very valuable tool, as Director Ross has pointed out, for the organisers of events in how they should plan and manage waste. And I think, as the Director also pointed out, the Council is demonstrating its commitment by saying that public events and functions that are held on Council land must adhere to the policy. And the major implication of that, apart from being generally sustainable, is that it will mean that single-use plastics and polystyrene cannot be used. And bearing in mind that if you think about the locations that most of our events occur, they're near waterways, so at the Sevens Creek in Euroa or near the lake in Nagambie. And the impact of plastics and single-use plastics on waterways is devastating. So we're taking, I think, a good step and demonstrating our commitment to saying that that type of destructive activity on the environment, which can be avoided, because now there are substitutes for single-use plastics that are readily available. There was an event run by Strathbogie Inc. in Euroa about 12 months ago that literally produced half a bin full of waste for something like 1,000 participants. So it can be done. There are now alternatives to the use of waste plastic. And so, as I commend the staff for this in putting it together, and also for the Shire putting action to the words. So, for instance, making hydration stations available for loan to events, because this is one of the problems we have in our society, that the reality going forward is, as we leave home with our keys and our phone, we're going to have to leave home with containers for drinks as well, whether that's keep cups or whether that's bottles for water, because the use of a single-use packaging material for a drink doesn't make any sense. And so again, commend the staff for the work in this area.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I definitely concur with what Councillor Thompson has spoken about, and having been involved in events, the event organisers take great pride in making sure that the environment after the event is back to pristine condition, and the whole intention was to have aftermath of the event so good that you never knew that 10,000 people had been there for the day. And it's a matter of pride. And also, if you want to return year after year to a given location, if you leave it a mess or you cause issues, you're not going to be welcome back. So it's a no-brainer. You really have to adopt this sort of policy and go with it and just minimise your impact on the environment, and everyone's a winner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? All right, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 91 that has been moved by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, we're getting through this agenda. So we're now up to page 111. It's item 9.12, the finalisation of the Victorian Auditor General's Office VARGO Fraud and Corruption Control Action Plan. And I'd like to ask our Executive Manager for Governance and Customer Service, Dawn Bray, if she'd like to speak to this, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, if you recall, last year, Council was one of 4 councils that were audited in depth excuse me, by VARGO in terms of fraud and corruption controls. The VARGO did not find any instances of corruption. However, what they did find was that some of our processes and policies could be improved. And in response to that, both the Audit Committee and Council moved many recommendations in terms of the actions they wanted to see that arose from the VARGO recommendations. In response to that, we developed an action plan and also a communications plan. And on our website, we actually had a VARGO dedicated button where we provided updated versions of the action plan to let the community know how we were progressing against each of those actions and recommendations. The last action was to have a meeting with VARGO 12 months on from the audit, which was done in August, on August the 3rd. VARGO commented that they were pleased with the progress that we had made and also the transparent and open way that we had developed the policies, and also worked with the Audit Committee to do that. So, councillors, in front of you is a recommendation to note the final version of the action plan, which has been published on our website since 3rd of August. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Dawn. So, councillors, we have on page 111, we have a recommendation before us. Do I have a councillor prepared to move that recommendation, please? Councillors? Thank you, Councillor Rayburn, and seconded by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Rayburn.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Since I've only been on council since March, it was good to see the come on to council to note that the officers and council were working on improving their transparency and also what they're doing as per the Victorian Auditor General's Office's reports, and how we were going to fix up that we were not being seen to be not operating as a proper council, and ensuring that everything was very open and transparent and everything like that. And I commend the council and the staff on the report, and ensure that the community that we are trying at all times to make sure that we are very transparent and open to our community.
Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I note the report and the action plan that's here, and the implementation of it as outlined by our Executive Manager, Bray. I think the staff have done a good job in updating and strengthening policies and procedures. And it's encouraging that the Victorian Auditor General's Office recognised that. As I said previously with this, though, this is only part of the story, and I just want to read a couple of paragraphs from the audit report, because I think it remains important. So the Victorian Auditor General said to us, Council needs to do more to maintain public trust. Transactions have occurred where it is unclear how residents and ratepayers have benefited. Some individuals in positions of authority need to take a broader view of their obligations. They must appreciate that they are accountable to ratepayers and residents and consider how their communities may perceive their actions. You could sum all that up, in my view, in one word, which is culture. So the policies and procedures are very much the tangible part of it. Culture is very much the intangible part of it. And really, when I read the comments about how individuals should respond, it's about having a culture of always doing the right thing and of always ensuring that others do the right thing. And the VAGO audit revealed that the vast majority of our councillors and staff do that. That is the culture. But we had some anomalies. And the problem with anomalies is that it creates a feeling of distrust and doubt about government. And it is really important. I mean, particularly with local government, we're always going to have a minority in our community who have the view that, based on past track record of councils, that people are in, that councillors get elected to be on the take and staff are on the take, and all these unsavoury things occur. And unfortunately, in the Strathbogie Shire case, this audit report, while it didn't reveal fraud and corruption, the practices that it did reveal were below community expectations. And that continues to have ramifications in terms of, for instance, our most recent customer satisfaction survey, in terms of how they perceive their confidence in council is affected by that. So, we can't hide from the fact that the VAGO report has damaged people's perception and confidence in the Shire. I think that's been addressed with the policies, but more importantly, I think it will be addressed through the culture. And we have a new leadership team now in place. We'll have a new council in place very shortly. And I hope that that the lessons of this report are not lost on our future staff and our future councillors about why it's so important to have a culture of always doing the right thing and always ensuring that other people are doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, in that case, councillors, I'm going to put that to a vote. The recommendation that is on page 111 has been moved by Councillor Rayburn, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, we are now moving through to page 127 on our agenda. Item 9.13, it is the Instruments of Appointment and Authorisation update, and we have a recommendation before us, but I'm going to ask again our Executive Manager for Governance and Customer Service, Dawn Bray, just to briefly speak to this item, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an administrative task really for Council in terms of appointing and authorising officers to particular positions under various legislation, such as the Municipal Emergency Response Officer, so that they can carry out their jobs in an emergency, and also other officers so that they can carry out enforcement actions and other actions under legislation. The changes and the update is required because we've had an organisational restructure. We've had changes in staff and also changes in officer titles. So it's really just an update to make sure it's current and up to date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Bray. Okay, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 127. Do I have somebody prepared to move that, please? Thank you, Councillor Little. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Little. Sorry, Councillor Little, you're still on mute.
I think I might leave myself off unmute for the rest of the night. Thanks, Madam Mayor. this instrument appointment of authorisation, it just really enables the council to run efficiently when necessary, or when it's necessary to use the authorisation. A simple process. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason, you're on mute still, please.
I must have put myself on mute instead of taking it off. Yeah, I concur with Councillor Little that this is administrative and allows the officers to carry out their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillors, I just should point out to you that if you forget to put yourself on mute, that Kristen is putting you on mute just to save the background noise. So if you think that you're going a little bit mad, it's not you, it's Kristen. So we will just keep reminding you, it's just to save the background noise. Thank you, everyone. All right, councillors. Now we have, is there any other councillors who wish to speak for or against this item, please? Okay, in that case, councillors, I am going to put that to a vote. We have a recommendation on page 127, moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Mason. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Moving on in our agenda, councillors, we're now up to page 141. The item is 9.14, the Coronavirus COVID-19 Management Policy. And we have a recommendation for this on page 141. Councillors, do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Gardner. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Gardner, please.
Madam Mayor, like the previous motion, this is really a tidying up and having a policy in place which is required by the state government. It's self-explanatory. Hopefully we don't have to use it for much longer.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Little. Councillor Little, you are still on mute.
I thought I might have been unmuted automatically.
I think Kristen's still tripping you up on that one. Over to you, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, at this, I'd just like to make a note here that I think the staff have been absolutely brilliant with the handling of the COVID-19 problem. They've handled it efficiently and with good grace, and I think that they ensure all the time that the public are looked after to the best of their interests. And I think that's just a little sidekick from the authorisation of this coronavirus management policy. But I do congratulate the staff and on their handling of the whole situation.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? In that case, councillors, I'm going to put the recommendation that has been moved by Councillor Gardner and seconded by Councillor Little, that is on page 141 of our agenda, to the vote. All those in favour, please. Lovely, thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, we are now on page 149 of our agenda. It's item 9.15. It is the Strathbogie Shire Economic Profile. And we have a recommendation on page 150. I'd now like to ask Acting Director Kubel if she would like to just speak briefly to this item, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Strathbogie Shire Economic Profile Report provides a summary of the demographic and economic data for the Strathbogie local government area, as well as key considerations for economic development. The report draws on a range of databases, including the ABS census data, RemPlan, Profile and Economy ID, and building industry data. Additionally, the economic profile use standard industry definitions, and data is sourced from government agencies such as Victoria in the future. It's important to also note a key action for Council is to develop a strategic action plan to support business and economic recovery in response to the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. It's also important to note there is an addendum to the report that has been prepared based on updated predictions sourced from our Council's Planning Department based on building and planning permit data information. And as I say, it forms an addendum to the economic profile report. Council, the recommendation is before you tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Acting Secretary. So, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 150. Do I have somebody prepared to move that, please? Councillor Mason, am I taking your hand up as moving that?
I was putting the volume up.
I'm going to take it as moving it. You can move this report. Councillors, do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Williams. Okay, Councillor Mason, I'm going to hand over to you.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. At this point in time, this is incredibly important. And who would have thought 12 months ago that we would be handling something like this? That we're doing the allocation of unspent funds for Go-Nagambie and the Urawa Chamber of Business and Commerce, and also the economic profile, which is a historical document, really. It goes on past figures, but looking forward. And it's a very, very hard task to make predictions in this climate. And I'd like to thank everyone that's been involved. It's been, it's obviously a very hard task at the moment. And obviously I've got my opinion on different aspects of it, but I'm quite happy to support this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams, you're still on mute.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Mason covered that very well, but I must say that this is a very well set out document. It breaks down over the years and where we've been and where we've not been, and I've always been a great believer in economic development, and I think this is the way that council goes forward. It predicts what we're going to happen in the future. So I reckon I'll be supporting this tonight, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to, in noting the report, perhaps highlight a couple of things that come forward for me, which are not surprises. I mean, the first of them is that agriculture, tourism and public services are the three pillars that our economy is built on, and that's not going to change in the foreseeable future. So those are clearly the three sectors that are going to be important to us and require our attention to enhance and develop them. And the second point I want to make is touching on the comment that Councillor Gardner made in terms of the planning scheme amendment for Nagambie. When you look at the addendum there, Nagambie is going to more than double in size in 20 years in a relatively small geographic footprint. That shows, one, people want to come, and that's fantastic. It obviously puts some pressures on the Shire to be able to service that population in terms of the service offerings that we have. But I think it just shows what potential there is in the Shire. That I think this is going to be a Shire that's going to be a great place to live, but it's not going to have the problems of some of the local authorities further south than us, that in that they're attracting large amounts of population, but it's changing the environment within which people live. Here, I think we're going to be able to have significant growth in some of our population centres, but still have the wonderful way of life that we have. So I think the future for this Shire is tremendously bright.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I agree wholeheartedly with you on that. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? In that case, councillors, we have a report that is on page 149 of our agenda, but the recommendation is on page 150. It has been moved by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Williams. All those in favour, please. Thank you, councillors. Carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, we are now up to page 194 in our agenda. It's item 9.16. It is the sale of land at 7 Industrial Crescent, Ngambie. And I'd ask our Director for Corporate Operations, David Roth, if he could speak to this briefly, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the report indicates, Council owns a property in 7 Industrial Crescent, Ngambie, but over 2,000 square metres. And other than the need for an easement of 3 metres, property surplus to Council's requirements. Local businesses expressed an interest in acquiring the property. We had a report previously on the agenda about the Auditor General's action plan, one of which was to review our disposal of assets policy. So this project here has been looked at in the context of that policy. What we need to do, according to the Local Government Act, is initiate a process to advertise an intention to dispose of the property and allow for public comment for 28 days. Policy generally refers to public transparency and public auction as probably the best way to achieve value. We do have the council rating valuation identified in the report, but as I indicated to council previously, we'd need to get a separate independent valuation before we proceeded with any sale. But this is just about advising of the intention to sell and seeking feedback.
Thank you, Director Roth. Do I have a councillor prepared to move the recommendation on page 194 of our agenda, please? Thank you, Councillor Gardner. And seconded by Councillor Rayburn. Councillor Gardner, please.
Madam Mayor, it's good in these times to see that somebody is interested in actually buying some industrial land to presumably expand or conduct a new business upon. I think it's wise for the council to dispose of unused assets. I wish the person who buys it well, and I hope they expand.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Rayburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to concur what Councillor Gardner said, because if council doesn't require it and we've got someone else who wants to build a new business over in Ngambie, I think it's very beneficial to all of us that we dispose of this land in the correct and proper way.
Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item, please? Okay, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 194 of our agenda that has been moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Rayburn. I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda, councillors, is on page 201. It is the item 9.17, Community Funding Programs RE3 COVID-19 Response, and we have a recommendation that is on page 202 of our agenda. And Councillor Rayburn?
I have a conflict, Madam Mayor, so I'll have to leave the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. We will send you a message to come join us when we finish. Okay, Councillor Rayburn has now left the meeting at 8:02 p.m. All right, so councillors, as I said, the recommendation is on page 202, and I'm just going to ask our Executive Manager for Communications and Engagement, Kristen Favaloro, to speak briefly to this item, please. Thanks, Kristen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what we're proposing here is that our community grants program be amended to support our community as it, I suppose, responds to the coronavirus pandemic. So there would be a total budget of $85,000 with grants of up to $5,000 available for projects and activities which address 3 key areas.
So the first area is new one-off programs or activities, that strengthen our community. So that might be projects that increase social connection and reduce isolation, or it might be projects that promote kindness and, support community members, or it could be something that, increases the capacity of our community to use programs like Zoom and engage online, or it might be, learning to take videos on your mobile phone and share stories. The second key area is the adaptation of existing services to meet public health directives. So that might be things like purchasing new technology, equipment, developing signage, those sorts of things. And the third category is about the implementation of activities outlined in COVID safe plans. So again, that might be cleaning products, hand wash stations, all those sorts of things. So this project is an important part of our COVID recovery program. And we hope people now recognise that that's the RE3 project, and that's about resetting, rebooting and revitalising our community. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor and councillors.
Thank you, Executive Manager Favaloro. Okay, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 202. Do I have somebody prepared to move that, please? Thank you, Councillor Little. And a seconder? Hang on, Councillor Little, you're still on mute. And a seconder, please.
Could I move that amendment?
With an amendment?
Yes.
Yes. What is the amendment that you're planning?
The amendment is that the recommendation just as is, but under dot point 2, that the reads response community grants program guidelines with grants of up to $5,000.
Oh, okay. Yep. That's fine. We'll add that in as an amendment to this recommendation. And do I have a seconder to that recommendation that has been moved by Councillor Little? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. All right, Councillor Little.
No, just in support of my my amendment. I think the more information we can get out to the public about what we're doing, the better. And if it's in the recommendation, the $5,000 or the maximum $5,000, people are going to read it on their, however they read these things electronically. It just gets out into the public forum more than it would be if it was just, and I realise that it's in the guidelines, but I need to get that out for a little bit more publicity so people know that there's that much money around if they want to.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Ms Favaloro explained the rationale behind what we're doing with this community funding, which is the reality in our fiscal 2021 year of how best to manage the funds, reflecting the reality of the COVID-19 environment. We can't do business as normal with community funding, not only because of the restrictions on the community, but also the needs of recovery from this pandemic. So I think it's really to reiterate the point that I think that Councillor Little made. It really is so important to get the word out there that there is funding available for community initiatives as part of the COVID-19 environment. And those initiatives can be multifaceted. They're not necessarily the traditional type of community funding applications that we've received and approved. And so it's important to note that the program is opening soon. In fact, tomorrow. In fact, very soon. And really, I would encourage once the word gets out there, encourage everybody in our community to have a thought about. What can be done? I know, just speaking in the community locally here, there are ideas bubbling away of what people would like to do. So hopefully those will translate into applications and come forward and translate into activity, because I think as a community we really do need that lift from the types of initiatives that are highlighted here.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor, are there any other councillors who wish to speak for or against this item, please? Okay, Councillor Little.
Can I just can I just emphasise, as Councillor Thompson has alluded to, that the timelines are important. They do open tomorrow, but they close on the 13th of November. People have got till the 13th of November. I think that's the important date to remember, so that people can get action and get some applications in.
Thank you, Councillor Little. I think all of the councillors need to get out there and speak this one. Thank you. All right, councillors, we have a recommendation that has been moved by Councillor Little and seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favour, please. Sorry, Councillor Little, I've already put it to the vote. Thank you. Sorry. All those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, we are now moving forward in our agenda. And just picking up, sorry, Councillor Little, I think just you were going to question in terms of that amendment that was added in. You moved that as part of the motion. That was the motion that was moved, including your amendment that was added into that.
Good. Hang on.
Yep. I just wanted to clarify that for you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's all.
Thank you. I think that's where your question was coming from. Okay.
Yeah, great minds think alike.
Thank you. Council, we're now up to page 215 in our agenda, item 9.18, the Nagambie Ageing Hub. And I would ask...
Rayburn, Madam Mayor.
Sorry. Oh, yes. Sorry. Beg your pardon. We'll just take a minute for a second, and we'll get Councillor Rayburn back into the meeting. Hopefully, Councillor. Okay, how's everybody travelling? Maybe grab a glass of water if you need to, or just wait while Councillor Rayburn just joins us again. Welcome back, Councillor Rayburn. Oh, no, you've disappeared again on my screen. Has Councillor Rayburn got his video up? Because I cannot see Councillor Rayburn. There we are. Great. We're all back in.
I'm back.
Welcome back. So Councillor Rayburn has joined us at 11 minutes past 8 p.m. Okay, councillors, we're now up to item 9.18, the Nagambie Ageing Hub on page 215 of our agenda. And I would ask Director for Corporate Operations, David Roth, if he would just briefly speak to this item, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an exciting project, and what it's about is advertising an intention to transfer 2 blocks of land in Nagambie to Nagambie Health to allow for the development of a hub for aged and other needy groups. And it involves potentially the addition of 7 units to the existing accommodation there, accommodation for nursing and medical staff, and some refurbishment of the existing units. Council did contribute some funding to assist Euroa Health several years ago in being able to set up their facilities for needed people. What this would do, if it follows through the statutory consultation process, would allow for investment of $2 million. Currently, the value of the lots, as per the rating valuation, is about $162,000, which would be identified as council's contribution, but that would be subject to an independent valuation as well. I'll just make the point that this is independent of negotiations that have been going on with the use of the Nagambie Senior Citizens Facility. That's a separate issue which will be addressed shortly. So it will allow for a longer term enhancement to the precinct eventually over time, and as well as the development of the units. The intent is to upgrade the facilities on the site, but that will be subject to obtaining funding. There is also the proposal that a Section 173 agreement be entered into with Nagambie Health, which will ensure that the development is retained for a similar purpose to what it's intended, should ownership or some other arrangements change in the future. So this is about starting the statutory process, advertising our intention to transfer the lots, and looking for public submissions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Director Roth. So, councillors, we have on page 215 of our agenda, we have a recommendation before us. Do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Gardner. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gardner.
Madam Mayor, Nagambie Health is well recognised in Nagambie for the services that it provides to the community. And once again, with the growth of Nagambie, it's going to need bigger and better facilities to be able to provide those services. Nagambie Health is well supported by the community. And I think, as Mr. Roth said, the activities of the existing groups that are using the facilities, if they're safeguarded, it's a good use of the land in that area. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I concur with Councillor Gardner's comments, and just say on my own, and that Nagambie Healthcare's project for supported living is going to be an important contributor to servicing the needs of aged residents in Nagambie going forward. I feel it's appropriate that Council contributes to this project because I do think it's important for residents and will have a lasting impact for residents. And as has been pointed out by Director Roth in the recommendation, that the proposal is that the council's contribution would be via a land contribution, which happens to be adjacent to the subject site. So this resolution, if it's passed, puts that proposal out for public consultation. Just pick up on another point that Director Roth made. This isn't just about the supported living, but it's about the enhancement of the precinct for this important part of our population, and the library and the senior citizens centre and the public space, the use of the public space around those that's proposed, I think is a really exciting proposition in terms of activating that area for our older residents. So I absolutely commend this to our council.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 215 of our agenda that has been moved by Councillor Gardner and seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving ahead in our agenda, we are now up to item 9.19. It's the Visit Victoria Tourism Review. It's on page 226 of our agenda, with a recommendation that is on page 227. And I'm just going to ask our CEO, Julie Salem, if he would speak to this item, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. As part of the Visit Victoria Tourism Review, it's proposed that Strathbogie Shire be positioned within the Murray Region Tourism Board, which would mean that effectively our Shire will become part of the same tourist region as Mildura. If this option is confirmed without substantial modification in our officer opinion, it would once again have an impact on our Shire to effectively promote the tourism offer that we have in our wonderful Shire and community. It has been verbally proposed at a departmental level that a Goulburn region subgroup would be formed that could facilitate a more identifiable graphic profile with Mitchell Shire and Greater Shepparton City Council, and we're hoping that that will be the case, and having one board with two marketing arms completely separate logos that promote the different elements of the two subgroups would provide an opportunity for us to promote what we have on offer. Participating in a regional tourism board, even though this is not the best alignment that we could have for our shire, is important. Without this, we are not eligible for any state government funding, and as such, with the COVID recovery, we are missing out on the tourism funding offers that is being attributed to members of boards, regional tourism boards. There's also the opportunity to raise our profile on the Visit Victoria website and also the Murray Region Tourism Board website as well. There are also really opportunities for great marketing ventures, joint ventures, which can see a much greater, broader profile of not only our shire but the surrounding areas. And also it also provides that support and resourcing for tourist providers themselves, all really important as part of that tourism offer. So this report recommends Council to seek urgent advice to the Honourable Martin Pakula, Minister for Tourism, Sport and Major Events, to just provide us with advice on the status of where we are so that our shire is not further disadvantaged in COVID recovery and funding and promoting our tourism offer. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Julie. I'm getting a bit of feedback there. Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 227. Do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation? Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, was there somebody prepared to move that? My screen just froze and you all stopped moving. Do I have somebody prepared to move that? Have I got a hand up anywhere? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the Chief Executive has made a very strong case for why the Shire needs to be part of a collective tourism entity. It is the avenue within which state funding flows, and not only that, is the way of having significant budget available that allows a broad suite of offerings to our tourist operators in terms of workshops, business enhancement tools, things that they can access, as well as providing the consumer marketing to get more visitation. The reality is that we have to be part of a larger group, or we're nowhere, will be insignificant, and that would be doing a great disservice to our tourist and accommodation industry, which, as we saw with the economic report earlier on, is one of the three pillars that we have in our economy. So it would be apparent to everybody that the geography says that we're not really close to the Murray River, and that any marketing you see that the Murray River Tourism Board does is centred on the river, and that makes sense. I mean, that is the core of what their offering is. Just as for Tourism Northeast, the High Country is the core of the offering. And so we don't fit neatly into those. So the officer's proposal to say we need a strong regional subgroup is our best, and I would suggest our only hope of being part of a larger tourist agglomeration. So I do support the recommendation before us.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason, you're still on mute.
That takes a lot of getting used to. Yeah, I concur with what Councillor Thompson was discussing, and it is just so critically important coming out of COVID-19. Every community in Australia is going to be fighting for tourism, and we have to be up there and pull our weight. And we've got to look at all the different aspects of it. And the flow on from tourism is huge. and it goes right through the economy. And yeah, so I certainly support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 227 of our agenda that has been moved by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Mason. I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, moving through our agenda, we're now up to page 235. The item is 9.20. It is the Australian Rail Track Corporation, ARTC, and I'm going to ask Acting Director Kubel to speak to this item, please. Thanks, Emma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Monday, the 24th of August, I participated in a meeting with the Euroa Inland Rail Working Group that was held with ARTC. As a result of this meeting, it had been some time since we had met with ARTC due to current circumstances. However, we met, and the feedback that we received as a result of this meeting from members of the Community Working Group for Inland Rail was that whilst ARTC remained committed to the working group, the matters discussed were not representative of our expectations as a group. And the meeting provided no clarity in regards to the process, nor provided clear direction or any commitment from ARTC to the Creating Civic Presence document or Council's formal position that was heard at a formal Council meeting. And so as a result of that, it is imperative that Council continue to remain committed to the Euroa Inland Working Group and provide support. In this instance, writing to ARTC, which there is an attached letter there as part of this recommendation, and reiterating our position moving forward through ARTC's early contractor involvement and the process for the detailed design process. And Council, there's a recommendation there before you with 3 points, and I'll allow that for your consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Acting Director Kubel. Okay, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 235. Do I have somebody prepared to move that? Councillor Thompson?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amended recommendation as the motion.
Yep, thank you.
For me, it's a relatively minor amendment. It's in point 3, and so point 3 would read, write to the Department of Transport, federal, state and local politicians, including the Honourable Michael McCormack MP, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development, Dr Helen Haynes MP, Independent Member for Indi, the Honourable Damien Drum MP, Member for Nichols, the Hume Regional Development Australia, and the Rail Freight Alliance, and then picking up from the word requesting that they recognise.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Do I have a councillor prepared to second that? Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Thompson, you wish to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to spend a little bit of time just addressing points here. It's my view, and the view I think of many people in Euroa, that public infrastructure entities like ARTC have a broad citizenship responsibility beyond just the functionality of what they're building. I know they are not bound by this, but if you look at Victoria's Planning and Environment Act, a key part of that is protecting amenity and the way that Victorians live. If you want to do some development on private land, you just can't do whatever you want. Strathbogie Shire has a planning scheme. The reason for the planning scheme is to regulate the environment within which development occurs for the benefit of all. And I think that a government entity like ARTC needs to adhere to the same type of principles. I do commend them, although it came from council pressure and public pressure, but I do commend them for creating the Euroa Rail Inland Working Group. And I think, as Acting Director Kubel said, it's so important that the council continues to support that group through ongoing advocacy. The most important piece of work, in my view, that the working group has prepared was the Creating Civic Presence document, because I think what that took into account was the views of the working group members, and I would suggest the wider Euroa community from the input that's been received, in being reasonable in saying the infrastructure to have double-stacked freight trains running from Queensland to Victoria is essential. Those are going to run through almost the centre of Euroa, that's a given. But let's work with that reality and create the best possible amenity from the infrastructure. And I think that document does that. And then I think council officers have made a valuable contribution beyond that, in stating the formal position that they would require and like to see from ARTC in terms of that piece of development. So I think the combination of the Creating Civil Presence and the officers' comments provide a really good and widely accepted template for what Euroa and its Euroa citizens would like to see. I think as a member of that working group, I'm concerned that ARTC don't necessarily readily embrace that in the way that I've described, and I think that's disappointing, because I think what it means is they don't sign on to the concept of corporate citizenship in the way that I've described it. There are always going to be cost factors, isn't it? I mean, everything in our world seems to have a monetary value, and building bridges, clearly has a monetary value. But it's not just about money. It's not about finding the cheapest option. It's about finding, in the way that we do our tenders, best value. Best value is not always the least price. It's a combination of the cost, but in this case, the amenity for a structure that's going to be there probably for 100 years, and a larger replication of what is there today will be a tremendous disservice to Euroa today and in the future. And so as this council comes to an end, I hope the new council will embrace in the way that this one has, the need for very strong advocacy for the Euroa community to get the very best outcome from this project from ARTC. And it really requires some resolve in saying to our ARTC, this is what is acceptable to the Shire, and this is what is not acceptable. So I support that. I hope that my fellow councillors will support this, because it sends a very clear message to ARTC again about what is acceptable to the Euroa community.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams, you're still on mute. There we go.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I concur completely with what Councillor Thompson said. I'm on that working committee too, and unfortunately I couldn't get to what's happened to the last meeting. But I've become very, very disappointed that all the work that's been done by the committee and also by council members to address what we thought was going to be the way to go is all changed, and I'm really, really hurt that they've gone away from what we thought was going to happen with the stilts and also the crossheads on there, and all the overpass would be carted away, and that's going to be a big concern to us to get rid of all that. But the whole problem is that the things that we've spoken about and we thought that were going to be part of what we needed they've gone right away from that, and I can see they're looking at their cheaper options probably. But the whole thing is that, as Councillor Thompson said, this could be there for 100 years, and we want to make sure it's safe and see how we go through there. I was told today that maybe they're not going to acquire a bit of land, but in the previous section, I thought they were going to acquire a bit of land and go bring it more towards the old station. So I'm just at Godsnap, and I'm just wondering, Madam Chair, through the to the CEO, whether we couldn't get them in to talk to them, to the whole council, and also bring some of the members in, like Des Ryan, and he's done a tremendous job. He's taken a lot of interest in this, and he's got out all the information to us, and sit down and have a good heart-to-heart talk, because I think you try to do it other ways, it doesn't work that way, and I'm going to support what's going to happen here tonight, and I'm hoping that we can bring them in and sit them down and have a chat. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, and we'll get the CEO to take that on notice and see what can be arranged. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I take note of at the last meeting, matters discussed were not representative of the community's expectations, and I thought the document, the council's position, creating civic presence, it is paramount, and we really need to fight for the best possible outcome for Euroa. And my wish is that the incoming councillors take up the battle, because most of the councillors here tonight won't be moving on to the next council. So my wish is they take up the fight tooth and nail and get the absolute best outcome for Euroa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? All right. In that case, councillors, we have the amended recommendation that was moved by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Williams. I'm going to put that to a vote. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Councillors. Moving into our next item on our agenda, councillors, is on page 244. It is item 9.21. It is the Strathbogie Shire Council Reset, Reboot, Revitalise Community Recovery Plan. And I'm going to again ask our Executive Manager for Communications and Engagement, Kristen Favaloro, to speak to this briefly, please. Thanks, Kristen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So to help us support our community through the coronavirus pandemic and the impact of restrictions, we've created this Reset, Reboot and Revitalise Community Recovery Plan. So the plan outlines all the actions that we're going to take to support our community while the pandemic continues, and then into the short term and long term, recovery phases. So our aim is to build on the strengths of our community, support them, so they can learn, heal, I suppose, and flourish. We really recognise that this is a dynamic plan and that further engagement is going to be needed with our community, as they influence and shape our direction going forward. And coming to mind already, is speaking to hospitality businesses to understand how we best support them through changes to restrictions. But the release of this document as a public document contributes to, our commitment to our community, to being open and transparent with our actions. So I know I've said it already, but we really do need to think of it as a living document. We will need to engage with our community more. We will need to adapt. We will need to change to support them and meet their needs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Manager Favaloro. Okay, councillors, we have, excuse me, on page 244, we have a recommendation. Do I have councillor prepared to move that recommendation, please? Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. And do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Rayburn, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As our Executive Officer did speak, we as a council need to look after our community through what has been an incredible pandemic, and it's also what they're going through now, what is going to happen in the near future, and what is going to happen in 12 to 18 months. And this plan gives some sort of idea to our community what we're doing and how we're going to go about it. And even today, prior to coming in council, I was talking to other people within our community how we in Violet Town will basically do what this document is stating, is reset, reboot and revitalise, because we as a community, I'm just talking about Violet Town just this moment, I haven't had a market for over nearly 6 months, so we're looking to really bring that back. So there is a lot of areas that our communities in Euroa, Ngambie, Avenel, are all have been missing out on that connection to each other through the businesses and through each other's ways of helping each other. But one thing I will say, and I've had a lot of comment about, is the Strathbogie story. A lot of people have said to me, what a great idea, how it's worked, and it's good to see the faces of people on there, gives them heart, just revitalises their enthusiasm about what our community is all about. So I really, really condemn, put this to the people to say, have a read, have a look, and we are there to try and help them through the pandemic.
Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. Councillor Little.
Yes, Councillor Rayburn's handled it very well and spoken some very good truths there. But I will commend who the crew that put the plan together. I think it's really well laid out. I like the size of the print, the photographs in it. I think it's a very readable document, and I think people, if they grab hold of this, they will want to read it. They will want to read it, and that's very important. So I commend the staff for putting it together in such a good way, and also commend Councillor Rayburn on his comments.
Thank you, Councillor Little. All right, any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? No, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 244 of our agenda that has been moved by Councillor Rayburn and seconded by Councillor Little. All those in favour, please. Lovely, thank you. Carried unanimously. And I would also add my congratulations to our Executive Manager for Communications Engagement on a wonderful document, but also to see that, the section on what success looks like and to hear how well it's doing already, I think it well and truly exceed those success goals. I think this is a really, really great document going forward. So, congratulations on that. And I'm looking forward to seeing more Strathbogie stories coming out. Okay, councillors, let's move through in our agenda to page 267. We're up to item 9.22, and that is the Strathbogie Shire submission to a joint standing committee inquiry into the business case for the NBN and experiences of small business. And I'm going to ask Acting Director for Community and Planning, Emma Hubel, if she would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As noted within the executive summary of this report, the submission's been prepared in response to calls for a joint standing committee on the National Broadband Network of the Commonwealth Parliament into the business case for NBN and experiences of small businesses. You'll note further with much more detail there within the purpose and the background of the report, and notably that the submission supports further development and improvements in the delivery of digital connectivity to communities and businesses in the Strathbogie Shire. And furthermore, providing a submission is consistent with a commitment to achieve best outcomes for the municipality for the future and being engaged in strategic decision making. And Madam Mayor, there is a recommendation there before you for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Director Hubel. Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 267, moved by Councillor Rayburn. And do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Rayburn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is one of the biggest issues within our municipality. connectivity of our mobile services for our community in town and in our rural sector. I've had Violet Town and the surrounding Honeysuckle Creek ward and up into the Strathbogies up at around Strathbogie. We have major issues with mobile services, connectivity, and people can't get on the internet. I'm lucky I'm sitting here at the moment, lucky that I'm still talking to you guys, because Violet Town's area is unbelievable that we don't have very, very good connectivity. If you ever go onto the Violet Town notice board on Facebook, everybody's always asking, have you got your internet going? Have you got mobile services? So this really, really is vital for our community and our shire, and I can really congratulate the person who put this together. I think it's very, very well done, and hopefully the federal government will take it on board and help us as a community with our connectivity on our mobile network.
Thanks, Councillor Rayburn. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also would like to commend the staff for this submission. I think it's an excellent submission that really encapsulates the issues that we have within our shire, as Councillor Rayburn pointed out, and explains them really well. I think, as Acting Director Kubel pointed out, the NBN is really critical economic and social infrastructure for our shire, whether it's regarding commerce, healthcare, social interaction, entertainment. The NBN has become crucial to how we work and live. And if you're in a pandemic, particularly because you work and live in the same room, and your connection to the outside world is very much dependent upon the NBN. But it's become a truism, and I think Councillor Raven points this out. If you're disconnected, then going forward, you're going to be doomed to be a second-class citizen. So it really is vital that the Shire advocates on behalf of our businesses and our community for NBN coverage, and I'd like to commend this to fellow councillors because I think it's a terrific submission.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up, today I was in Thompson's Home Furnitures and in the small or a reasonable business, and they had no chance of getting up on internet. I was wanted to pay an account and had no chance of getting it up. And my granddaughter, who was doing schooling, also had trouble trying to get on this morning. So, yeah, we were blaming we were blaming a lot of the problems with the school children and that trying to get on at a certain time. But I think that there's more problems than that with the internet around here, and I support Councillor Rayburn because I've been told Violet Town has had a lot of problems. And I was in Shepparton yesterday at oncology, and they're having trouble over there too. So it's not just in a small area; it's in big areas where it's slow and it's having a lot of the problems. And the other thing is too that we will be relying on it because we expect people in the future to come out and live in our town areas, and we'll be relying on the internet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 267 of our agenda that has been moved by Councillor Rayburn and seconded by Councillor Thompson. I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour, please. Lovely, thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay, let's keep moving through this agenda. And I should say that it's probably typical that we have just passed that motion because apparently we're having a few issues with our live stream dropping out a little bit and freezing. So our residents who are following might be a little bit frustrated tonight that the images keep freezing, but hopefully they can still hear us and hear the decision making that we're making at council tonight. So we are now up to page 309 in our agenda. It's item 9.23, the adoption of the Strathbogie Shire Council Community Local Law number 2 of 2020. And we have a recommendation that begins on page 309 and continues on page 310. And I'm going to ask Director of Corporate Operations, David Roth, if he would speak to this item, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Community Local Law is a very important document in that it allows Council to respond to issues and protect amenity, health and safety in the community. Now, the current local law had a life of 10 years and it expires on the 7th of October. So a draft has been prepared and contains a number of provisions. There was a fair process. It was reviewed by a project reference group, which included community representatives, placed on exhibition for 28 days. 2 online community meetings were held, and we had a total of 59 submissions to the local law. In response to those issues, a number of changes have been made to the local law, which I'll go through in a minute. The local law is basically submitted to Council for adoption. So I want to just walk you through a couple of the things that have happened. So droving of livestock was the biggest issue raised by the community throughout the public exhibition process, and the need for a permit, particularly for local farmers. As a result of this feedback, an alternate provision has been provided which removes the requirement for a permit but specifies conditions that need to be adhered to, and basically that's around signage and safety, so it doesn't create a risk. Another topic which was raised was shipping containers, and whilst there were submissions on those, we have left provisions on shipping containers in there, but there is an exemption in relation to some farming uses. Use of drones, there's quite a number of submissions on the use of drones, pointing out that Civil Aviation Safety Authority was the regulator for that particular use. And on legal advice, we've considered that provision not be included in the document. Animal excrement on roads was another issue, and drawing a distinction between domestic animals in an urban area and farm animals. So the provision's been tightened to only reflect application to domestic animals in an urban area. So I think in relation to the submissions, we've listened to most of those and made some adjustments. Permit requirements, the local law provides a mechanism for regulating these uses, and some of the permit requirements are basically removed from the local law but have set up in some sort of policy procedure, so that if community expectations change, we don't have to come back and completely review and change the local law. We can change the documents that run with it. There was also some concerns about the size of some of the penalties that were in the local law. So officers have undertaken a full review of the penalty units, most of which have been revised down and are better in lines with the seriousness of the offences. In just a couple of things we're suggesting might be worth altering. The commencement date we've currently listed as the 15th of September, which is today. The suggestion is that it be changed to the 7th of October, which corresponds with the expiry of the existing local law. There was also in clause 37, recreational vehicles on private land. It was pointed out that following some adjustment, there was it didn't really make sense. So in clause 37, basically it referred to a clause 37.1 talking about detriment, but 37.1 is not actually there. So we're proposing to change that to just say for the purposes of this clause, which just refers to the whole of 37. There was also a question raised about 39.3D, which was about the keeping of animals, which said for the purposes of the above table, the following types of animals are exempt. And it talked about dogs which have been declared under the Domestic Animals Act 1994 as either a restricted breed, dangerous or menacing dog. Now, the reason that was in there was that there are separate mechanisms for dealing with those types of animals. So the suggestion is that that merely be altered to say that it does not apply to dogs which have been declared under the Domestic Animals Act 94 as either a restricted breed, dangerous or menacing dog, as separate legislation applies to this class of animal. So that just makes it clear that there is another way of dealing with it that doesn't have to be in the local law. So with those suggested amendments, Madam Mayor, the recommendation is the Council considering adopting the local law.
Thank you, Director Roth. So, councillors, we have a recommendation before us on page 309 and then continuing on page 310. Do I have somebody prepared to move that, please? Thank you, Councillor Mason. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank our Director of Corporate Operations for changing a couple of those items that jumped out at the last minute and obviously needed a little bit of tweaking. This is, to me, this is a very common sense approach. We've listened to the community. There's been great submissions. There's been some really interesting submissions, and I'm on the I was on the project reference group, and it was a pleasure doing it. Just to go through, and we've listened to the community, and I mean really listened, and the changes. Some of the changes are profound. And I think it's a great outcome. I won't go into all the different aspects of it, and but I would suggest that anyone who's doing basically anything in the Shire, they really need to know some of our local laws. And some people probably didn't get their way entirely. The containers have to be regulated, especially in a built-up area. And the things like we never had any intention of banning horse riding in the Shire, and the animal excrement, it really meant residential areas, but it was very broad ranging, and you know, and I can understand why people got upset and were aghast at droving animals and having to clean up roads after them, which was an impossible task. So. But it's a great outcome, and I'm very pleased to see this and proud of the staff. They've really put some effort into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Rayburn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I have to say congratulations to the staff for listening to our community and for councillors to listening to our community. The only other item that I've been on since I've been on council is the budget that's had any more submissions than this one. So it was really important in our community, especially if our farming community, because they were the ones who were really affected in a lot of ways. And it's good to see that, once we get those people excited, they really come forward and put their views very, very poignant to what they want and how they want it done. The only thing I will say about this, and I have spoken to Kristen about it, is our communication with people who do not use Facebook, who do not come into town very often, and we have to find a way we can communicate with these people rather than having them ringing me in the last minute saying, you've got to put a submission in, because communication is what we really need to get out to our greater community, not just our, social media people and people in town. So there is in a greater area of Strathbogie, a lot of people do not live in the towns. They do live in the rural sector.
Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item, please? Okay, in that case, councillors, we have a recommendation that begins on page 309 and continues on 310, and I would like to put that, that has been moved by Councillor Mason and seconded by Councillor Rayburn, and I'd like to put that to the vote now, please. All those in favour, please. Great. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Wonderful. And I just would like to add, in addition to the two councillors who just spoke then, and because we may not get the chance, I'd like to thank the working group who put work in. I'd like to thank the staff in this space, but also acknowledge both councillors picked up on it. This was a huge amount of engagement in a very short time frame, and to acknowledge our community for really stepping up and engaging in a space. It's really difficult to engage in this COVID situation that we're in, and we got into lockdown and that sort of thing. So I think, you know, having the amount of feedback that we did in relation to this item was really, really pleasing, and it was great to see our officers and our councillors listening to that. So I add my thanks to the community as well in that space. All right, councillors, now we're moving on through our agenda. Slowly getting there. Okay, we're now up to item 9.24, which is the business management system, and it's on page 358 of our agenda, please, councillors. And we have a recommendation before us on that page. Do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Gardner, and seconded by Councillor Mason. Thank you. Councillor Gardner, do you wish to speak to this item?
Madam Mayor, an interesting report, and I'd just like to note that the customer inquiry analysis report, in the majority of all of the categories, there's a decline in the remaining requests, so that even in these times, things are improving by the look of it, which is good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Mason.
This is just a routine report, and I'm happy with it. And as Councillor Gardner said, yep, there's decline, so it's good, going great. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this report, please? Okay, in that case, councillors, I am going to. We have a recommendation that has been moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Mason. I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay. So that concludes our office reports, and we're now into item 10 in our agenda, which is the notices of motion. 10.1 is a notice of motion, reference number 6/2020, the ordinary council meeting the 15th of September 2020, and it is the notice of motion that has been lodged by councillors Amanda McLaren, Robert Gardner, Malcolm Little, John Mason, Chris Rayburn, Alistair Thompson and Graham Williams in reference to the Westgate Tunnel project. And we have a recommendation before us, councillor. Somebody prepared to move that one, please. Thank you, Councillor Little. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Williams. Okay, Councillor Little, do you wish to speak to this item?
No, look, it's pretty straight ahead, Madam Mayor. It's an important letter to get away to the Honourable Dan Andrews. This is really stirring up the people, rightly so, in the Longwood Loxley area and along the Alexandersons Road and the Admiral Longwood Road. Anything that we can do to help the community of Longwood, the action group, get what they want, and also the council, what they want is justified. And I think that I commend this letter. We've all signed it. We all agree with it. And it's just really a routine recommendation that letter gets away as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Williams, do you wish to speak to this item?
Yes, I support what Councillor Little has just said, Madam Chair, and this is a very important issue that's arisen into our shire. And I think on Thursday, we've been invited to meet with the action group and some members from the area. So some of the high brass, and I think Steve, what's your name, from will be there to talk to us today on Thursday. Yes, so I think it's very important that we keep up the pressure here and see where it's going, and I'm sure that the letter's gone off, so they will understand what council's concerned about. So I hope that we can get a good hearing and see where to from here, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? All right, councillors. In that case, with this notice of motion, we have a recommendation that has been put forward and moved by all councillors, but moved by Councillor Little and seconded by Councillor Williams. I'd like to put it to a vote, please. All those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay, councillors. Now, we're up to item 11. It's notices of rescission, and we've got item 11.1, the notice of rescission motion, item 9.7.9 from council meeting on the 18th of August 2020, which was a proposed memorandum of understanding with the Tongarong Land and Waters Council, reference numbers 04-2020 and 205-20. So, councillors, I have a recommendation that begins on page 380 of our agenda, and it continues on to page 381 of our agenda. So, councillors, do I have somebody prepared to move that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Rayburn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It was a very, one could say, difficult decision to make this, to rescind the motion and to put a new one in. I didn't take it on lightly, and I believe it was necessary mainly because the way the original motion was, the council authorised the mayor and chief executive officer to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Tongarong Land and Water Council and go out and have a discussion with our community and ratepayers, and then also develop one with an LGAs around our area. It was never ever going to come back to council. And that was the main issue why I had to rescind it, because if we were going out to talk to our community, I thought we should come back to council so that we understand what our community is telling us on how we should go forward with this. As per the original motion, it never allowed that to happen. So that was the main reason I rescinded the motion. So we as a council understood what our community was saying, so we could go then further on with the Tongarong community and with our community saying what they would like to go forward, and if we needed to go and discuss further with our local LGAs around the area. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Based on the discussion that we had as a council last month, I think there's broad acceptance that formalising the Shire's relationship with the Tongarong Land and Water Council has merit, particularly with regard to the legislation that is there and the reality of the settlement agreement between the Tongarong people and the Victorian state government a couple of years ago. So it'd be far better, in my view, to have an agreed way forward between the two entities where we can talk about how we work together. When we look, as Councillor Rayburn pointed out, when we look at the motion that he and I are moving to rescind and replace, there's essentially one element of difference, which is about entering into an MOU in conjunction with other local government areas. And I agree with Councillor Rayburn that I think if that is in there, that is a way to make sure that this never sees the light of day again. There's no dispute, I think, that there's a merit in it. There's no dispute that with our commitment to public engagement that we should seek the engagement of our community. But the notion of effectively having to get agreement from other local authorities is extremely problematic. I note that tonight the Greater Shepparton City Council is considering an MOU between their entity and the Yorta Yorta Aboriginal Corporation. Now, the Mayor and the CEO may correct me, but I'm not aware that the Greater Shepparton City Council have come to the Strathbogie Shire and said, look, some of the traditional Yorta Yorta country goes into your shire, so we actually don't want to consider signing a memorandum of understanding unless we have your agreement on that. And my view would be that I'm assuming they haven't asked us, and I don't think they should ask us because I don't think it's relevant to ask us. What the Greater Shepparton are saying is we want to formalise our arrangement with the Yorta Yorta Corporation, and what this motion is saying is that the Strathbogie Shire wants to formulate its arrangement with the Tongarong Land and Water Council. We can only be in control of what we want to do. To try and convince other neighbouring local authorities that we think this is a good idea and that they should get on board and we should go is a road to nowhere. And I don't think we should be putting forward resolutions that don't end up anywhere. So I do commend this to the Council because I think it reflects the merit of an MOU, still goes with public consultation, but is realistic in that we're talking about what's within our control in our shire, not trying to influence the behaviour of people who we have no influence or control over.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item, please?
Yep.
Councillor Little.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be voting against this rescission motion, and I will do so for the following reasons. Firstly, in the 2020 review of the Strathbogie Shire Council Plan, by unanimous decision, following key strategy was inserted. Work with neighbouring councils to develop MOU with Tongarong Land and Waters Council and Yorta Yorta Aboriginal Corporation. Work with neighbouring councils was the key to that, and it was scheduled for 2019-20 and 2020-21. For goodness sake, this key strategy is in our key council document, council plan. Work with neighbouring council, and that's what we should do. Secondly, one of the governance principles in Section 9 of the Local Government Act 2020 is that collaboration with other councils, levels of government and statutory bodies be sought. That's too what we should do. The original recommendation put by Councillor Gardner at the Ordinary Council meeting on the 18th of August 2020 read, and I'll read it to you, the Council authorised the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Tongarong Land and Waters Council after having 1, a broad-based discussion, an information session with ratepayers, residents, the TLAWC, and 2, as per the Council Plan, developing an MOU in conjunction with other local government areas and in the TLAWC area. Point 2, as per the Council Plan, developing an MOU in conjunction with other local government areas and in the TLAWC area is intended as a consultation and review process of which other councils are considering, will result in a thorough and inclusive MOU. This is vital, practical, and a just and fair way to move forward for the betterment of the Tongarong people and the Strathbogie Shire. Finally, community feedback may not be a requirement on the MOU. Community engagement, consideration of other local government areas' thoughts, public transparency will help develop this important document and will be the basis for a long-standing, sound and strong MOU. And my fellow councillors, it is prudent, I believe, to stay with the original motion and vote against this rescind motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Do any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Councillor Gardner.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Firstly, Madam Mayor, a rescission motion is a serious motion to put on the table. It removes from the records a motion which has been passed by council at a previous meeting. Once it's off the records, it has to be replaced by another motion, and it's been recognised in our new governance rules that the seriousness of it now requires 3 councillors to support a movement for a rescission of a motion. I said when we debated the original motion that the negotiation of an MOU is important, and it's important for a number of reasons. And Councillor Thompson and Rayburn have touched on them. Consulting with the community and bringing the community with us is an important part of the development of an MOU. I look back to a time when Michael Long was racially abused at the MCG, and he started up a movement called the Long Walk. And it started off small, but I can remember when he walked across the Sydney Harbour Bridge, he took so many people with him. And that's really what we should be endeavouring to do with an MOU from here. If we can develop a broad-based MOU, it supports our state government in their negotiations in introducing a treaty with the Indigenous people, and it helps at the federal level to get the recognition in the Constitution that the Indigenous people deserve. In terms of collaboration with other councils, I find it, I'm in a position that I don't know what should be in the MOU. I mean, we've had a draft MOU put in front of us. We haven't thought or discussed what we should put in an MOU to discuss with the Indigenous people. And in my discussions with other councils, they haven't had an MOU put in front of them to even be considered. I think if we are able to collaborate with other local government areas, and if we can bring other LGAs with us, I mean, there are 15 LGAs that are covered by the Tuggerong people. If we can get 2, 3, 4 to come with us and sign a uniform MOU rather than having 15 different MOUs between the different LGAs and the Tuggerong people, it makes us a far stronger MOU for the Indigenous people. And lastly, by negotiating with other LGAs or collaborating with other LGAs, we're not bound by what they say. At the end of the day, we can sign our own independent MOU if we want to. But I believe the broader it can be done, the better it is for ourselves and for the Indigenous people. And for that reason, Madam Chair, I will be voting against this rescission motion and for the retention of the motion that we passed last month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this item? Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, this was a difficult one. I stated at the time that I was happy with the MOU. However, the day after that we voted on this and it was passed, I had another close look at it. And, things worry you. It's incomplete sort of thing in the process. And I had a look at it the next day, and bringing it back to the Mayor and the CEO worried me. It worried me greatly. And I realised that I had probably made a mistake in actually voting for this. And I'd like to point out to everyone that we're not making a decision on an MOU for the Toongaroong Land and Waters Councils tonight. What we're doing is we're going to receive, if we vote for this, we're going to receive a further report from officers on the outcome of the consultation process. So we can, the next council can basically do whatever they like with this. It's not a hard and fast decision. It's going to come back to council. And I see this as a really good safety net. And also, I'm a lot more comfortable with rescinding this motion after I spoke to the Director of Community and Planning and the Mayor as to discussions that had been held with other councils. And basically, as Councillor Thompson said, it would be burying this for years. They're looking at other parties to do things first, and I would like to see us lead this. I was happy with the MOU as it was. Both parties can opt out very easily, and so that's a really good break on things. If you're not happy, you can opt out, and the other party knows that, and you need to work together, and it's ongoing. And what we need to do is to rescind this motion tonight, send it out to the public, and then if it comes back to us and we're not happy, the council can go further with this. It's not hard and fast. It can be changed again. So there is a safety mechanism in this, and I see it as a good outcome. I really do. I've thought long and hard about this, and a rescission motion is not to be taken lightly. And I realise I made a mistake in voting for the original motion, and I'll admit to that. And I would like to make amends to it and vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillors wish to speak for or against this? Councillor Williams.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is becoming something that I was very concerned about myself, and the reason that I voted for the motion last time was that I felt that we should go out to the community and get their views on it. And also, I was led to believe that some of the councillors knew nothing about it in the other areas. And that was the thing that was really hurting me, because a friend of mine from Mitchell rang me that night and said that he knew nothing about it. And I was concerned that I thought we were told that the other councillors did know something about it. And as far as I understood, Toongaroong CEO had gone and met the other councillors, but the way that it was put to me that they hadn't been met, so I wasn't quite sure, and that's why I voted that way. I'm not against the Toongaroong, don't get me wrong there, but I think that we've got to look at working with the other LGAs and asking the question. Before that they told me that knew nothing about it, I couldn't believe it. So that's the reason that I'm very concerned of what is going on behind the scenes, to find out for sure that we've been involved, but have the other councillors been involved? I don't know. So that's why I'm very concerned about where to from here. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Rayburn, would you like to sum up? No? Okay. Lovely. In that case, councillors, we have a recommendation that begins on page 380 and continues on to page 381 with two parts to it, and has been moved by Councillor Rayburn, seconded by Councillor Thompson, and I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Thank you. That is carried 4-3. Thank you, councillors.
Madam Chair.
Councillors, yes.
Can I call a division, please?
You certainly can. Councillors, I'll put that to the vote again. All those in favour? Thank you. A division has been called. So we have Councillor Rayburn, Councillor Mason, Councillor McLaren and Councillor Thompson who have voted for this item. All those against? Thank you. Councillor Gardner, Councillor Little and Councillor Williams have voted against this item. Thank you, councillors. We're now moving on in our agenda. Item 12 is urgent business, and we don't have any urgent business tonight. Item 13 is confidential business, and council, in conformance with section 66(2)A and the definitions for the confidential matters under part 1, section 3, definitions of Local Government Act 2020, resolved to close the meeting to members of the public for the purpose of considering an item relating to CP1, the Chief Executive Officer Performance Appraisal. In accordance with section 66(5) of the Act, this item is classified as confidential under the following definition outlined by section 3 of the Act, which is F, personal information, being information which, if released, would result in the unreasonable disclosure of information about any person or their personal affairs. This ground has been applied to this matter as it relates to personnel matters and 6-month performance review of the Chief Executive Officer undertaken by the Council. So, Council, could I have somebody prepared to move that we close this meeting to the public and move into confidential? Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. And a seconder is Councillor Mason. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Williams, I can't see. Thank you, Councillor Williams. Lovely. All right, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we now have another meeting to move into for this closed portion. We will have a screen that's put up on this meeting whilst we're in closed portion, and then anybody who's following along, we will be coming back into this meeting to report on those closed portion parts and to conclude this meeting. So thank you for your patience whilst we depart this meeting, and we will be back with you hopefully shortly. Thank you.
Hi, girls.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. I said we're still live. I have to make sure everyone leaves.
It's 10 o'clock.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Anyone hear anyone?
Sorry, goodness, sorry, I was still muted. Thank you. Can I have councillors? I know that we're just waiting for Councillor Williams, but we do have a quorum online. So can I have somebody prepared to move that we reopen the meeting to the members of the public and resume normal business, please?
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Little. And a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Mason. All those in favour, please. Thank you. Terrific. Carried 6. All right. Councillors, there's a recommendation before us. Sorry, the meeting has reopened at 9:58 p.m. There's a recommendation before us that the decisions of the council's closed portion considerations be confirmed. Do I have somebody prepared to move that, please? Thank you, Councillor Rayburn. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Little. All right, all those in favour? Thank you. Carried 6-0. So, councillors, as a result of that, the recommendation, I'm going to now read a statement in regards to the CEO appraisal. So, council is pleased to make the following statement following an extensive performance appraisal process undertaken in August 2020 as specified in the CEO contract. The CEO appraisal process included a full 360-degree review which engaged and sought feedback from councillors, executive staff and management, as well as a selection of key stakeholders across business, government, regional development and community. Council acknowledges our Chief Executive Officer's performance since she commenced with us in January 2020 has been highly commendable under particularly difficult circumstances with the COVID-19 pandemic. We look forward to the CEO working with Council and our community leading the municipality into the recovery from the impacts of COVID-19. And more than this, we're excited to see the plans for community engagement becoming a reality. So thank you, councillors. Before I close the meeting, I would just like to point out that this was our last council meeting to make significant decisions before we enter into caretaker. And I'd like to thank everybody. It's been a mammoth agenda and mammoth effort. I think this is probably the longest council meeting we've had in the 4 years. Our next council meeting is the final ordinary council meeting of the Strathbogie Shire Council for this current term of council, and is scheduled to be held on virtually again on Tuesday, October 20, 2020, and commencing again at 6 p.m. So there being no further business, I'm going to close this meeting at 10:01 p.m. 4 hours of solid meeting. Well done, everyone, and thank you so much for what has been a huge effort tonight. Thank you. Malcolm, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
I just want to say well done to you, Amanda. I mean, it's a mammoth effort, and you've got your boy in New South Wales. Is he coming home?
No, I've had some really challenging news today, so it's been a very challenging day on all fronts. Thank you.
So that adds to the congratulations for your effort